I'd like to call to order the City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 13th, and invite Boy Scout and Cub Scout Troop 651 to do the flag salute for us. I'd like to call to order the City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 13th, and invite Boy Scout and Cub Scout Troop 651 to do the flag salute for us. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Meeting agenda approval. Does anyone have? Roll call. Thank you. All council members are here, except Mayor Rayum, who is absent and excused. His son is in the North Shore Little League playoff championship game tonight, so I guess we'll allow him that memory. So meeting agenda approval. Does anyone have changes they'd like? Councilmember Sandberg?
I wanted to pull Agenda Bill 17086, which is the downtown reimbursement area discussion, and 17088, which is the amendment to the city management contract.
Does anyone have changes they'd like? Councilmember Sandberg?
I wanted to pull
Councilmember Spivey?
17086, which is the
Great, thank you, Mayor. In regards to that, I would like to have a brief exec session on that contract.
City management
Contract amendment.
Oh, okay. With the city manager?
Correct.
Council, or,
We're checking. I don't believe that's appropriate, but we're checking.
okay. In the meantime, I would like to suggest that we move up items 9, 10, and 11 prior to the public hearing. Oh, okay. With the city manager? We need to get, it's a pretty lengthy agenda. We need to get through those items, and we're hoping the mayor might be able to join us at the end for the discussion about clustering. In addition, we need to add a letter about Sound Transit 2 and its opposition to budget proposal to eliminate funding for Sound Transit 2, which is would be going to the members of Congress. So we'll also add that. Do we know yet? Councilmember Freed?
Great. While they're discussing that, appreciate the comments in regards to changing old business, contracts and amendments, and new business. That seems to be a good bulk of our discussions tonight. My concern is we, at our council retreat, actually made a decision to have public hearings at the beginning of the meeting, because as we can see, we have quite a large group of people most likely here to comment during the public hearing section. So there's a reason that we made that order to have them at the beginning. So I'm in favor of keeping the order as is.
So my only comment would be that I actually think we should consider, given the amount of comment we've gotten in letters, uncoupling clustering and tree retention and pushing tree retention off to a date uncertain, and ask staff to get back together with stakeholders and have more discussion about that before it comes back. And I'm happy to take public comment for those items during visitor comments if that would work. Does anyone else have any comments about proposed changes? Councilmember Sandberg?
I didn't realize that was maybe the direction that we were considering about decoupling the two. I'm not sure I support that. I'm wondering, I appreciate that we want to have the public hearing comments available early. I'm just wondering if that old business and then those contracts and agreements That would be item 9 and 10. How long are we expecting that conversation to be? I would imagine 9 is a relatively quick conversation.
I would imagine that's quick, and I know that the contract and agreements, those are time sensitive and have to happen tonight.
I would support moving 9 and 10 up, leaving 11 where it is, and being sensitive to the time in our discussion on item 10A and B.
Is everyone okay with that change? Okay, I think we'll go in that direction. City Attorney, do we have?
We may go into executive session if the discussion is about my performance. So if you believe that the contract extension or the contract change amendment that's being requested has a direct correlation to my performance, then you may go into executive session to discuss it.
So should we ask Councilmember Spivey if that pertains to why he wanted to pull it into executive session?
No, I just thought we were allowed to go into exec session on all regarding all contracts. And,
I'm happy to respond to your questions. If you have questions.
well,
about the text amendment.
it was, I guess some of it would have been for the mayor, but yeah, my understanding was we had the ability for contracts on certain contracts like we do for our labor groups, we can meet in exec session, and that's how I view this. Is this no different than a labor group?
Unfortunately, it's not a labor group, and so the provisions or the protections of 423140 sub 4 wouldn't apply. Those are specifically for collective bargaining sessions, including contract negotiations and discussion related to labor agreements and strategies. That, because this isn't a collective bargaining session, that provision wouldn't apply here.
Even though this is bargaining and labor discussions?
Correct.
Even though it's our only employee?
Correct. It's not, yeah, it's not collective bargaining, no.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on to reviewing the projected agenda. Are there any changes to the projected agenda? Councilmember Spivey.
Great, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a heads up, excuse me, June 27th, I have a commitment and I will not be in attendance, as well as July 18th, I'll be out of town, and July 25th, I work, so I will not be in attendance for those 3 meetings as of this point.
Okay. Any
Yeah.
other? Councilmember Agnew.
Yes, I will be out of town on July 11th also.
Okay.
And I will be, yeah, I'll be out of town on the 27th. I had already priorly scheduled something. June 27th, yes.
Okay. I had intended to make comment about last week, and just make a public apology about our lack of quorum last week and last minute cancellation of the meeting. I personally was one of the people who couldn't make the meeting, and I feel badly about it. I had a medical procedure and the recovery took longer than I expected. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that was the first meeting that I've missed, but I take the responsibility of this office seriously, and just wanted to apologize to the public for that last minute change. And anyone else who wants to speak is welcome to speak now. If not, Councilmember Agnew.
I have the cold that everybody's been running around with for the past few weeks, so I was unable to attend also.
Okay. Councilmember McNeil.
Yeah, so can I speak to the projected agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so on June 20th, is the projected agenda actually firm, or is there any items that we need to add to that?
It's fairly firm. There's one that we're still looking at with regards to a committee, and we're doing our research for that.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is that it? All right, with that, I will read the upcoming public engagement opportunities and events. The LEED Gold dedication event is on June 20th from 5 to 5:30 at City Hall Plaza. The Chamber Community Open House, June 28th, 5 to 7 p.m. at Cascadia College Mobius Hall. City is a participating vendor. The Freedom Festival, July 4th, pancake breakfast, children's parade, 4th of July parade. Festivities begin at 8:30. See our website for details and revised parade route, www.bothelwa.gov. And Music in the Park concerts begin on Fridays, 6:30 p.m. from July 7th through August 25th at the North Creek Sports Field number 3. And finally, Main Street Block Party, the one-year commemoration of the Main Street Fire, July 22nd, 4 to 8 p.m. in downtown Bothell. Okay, moving on to staff briefings. I have a storm drain marking pilot project and Janet Gear to present.
Okay. So good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council members. My name is Janet Gear. I'm with the Surface Water Division of the Public Works Department, and I have been asked to come and give you a brief introduction regarding a storm drain marking pilot project we're working on. In the past, most residents did not know that our storm drains directly connect to local streams, and so it was a big push for cities and counties to mark those drains just to help raise awareness and reduce the amount of spills and illegal dumping and that type of thing that takes place. Also as a minimum control measure more recently for the stormwater permit. Regionally, approximately 50% of people know that storm drains lead to local streams, which tells us that 50% don't. And then just to give you an idea of where Bothell fares, the last time we asked these types of questions was in a 2012 survey, and we found that 66% of our residents know that stormwater eventually ends up in a local stream. But when we asked them further, 21% thought it was treated first, 25% didn't know whether it was treated at all, and then 8% felt it had some level of treatment before reaching our streams. In 2009 through 2016, we've had over 523 spills that Public Works has responded to, both on our streets and in our storm drains. And we've also had population transition and increase, which requires continued outreach in this area. Based on this information, we feel it's important both locally and regionally to make storm drain connections again and again with residents to make sure that they understand. And one of the ways we can do that is through storm drain marking. So considerations, these are four traditional methods of storm drain marking. The bottom left is with the stenciling. That's the oldest one that's been used until more recently. Above that is the plastic markers. They're about this big for a point of reference. And jurisdictions throughout the area use those. The metal markers on the bottom right, they look like this. So just to give you an idea of the scale. And then more recently are the thermoplastic markers. Wanted to bring that in just so you can get an idea of the visibility difference. And these are made with glass beads and tree resin, and they're pretty durable and very visible. So we wanted to make sure we were doing the most effective and efficient method of marking, so we went through a ranking process based on longevity, visibility, environmental impact, and perceived environmental impact, cost, maintenance, and installation. And based on those, we thought we would test the thermoplastic markers to see how well they worked in the Bothell area. We typically install these in neighborhoods because that's where a lot of the illegal dumping occurs. But in order to test these for both longevity, visibility, maintenance, and vandalism issues, as well as ease of installation, we needed to put them in higher traffic areas for the pilot project. We also typically target areas where spills are located, but when we mapped all of the spills, they're evenly distributed throughout the city. So we decided to target high foot traffic areas around schools and parks, and areas where within the right-of-way we're getting both a lot of traffic and a lot of foot traffic. So we have installed a couple of them, and our intention is to install over 100 markers in 2017, preferably in the summer months because they're easier to install at that time. And if we are satisfied with them, we plan to roll them out based on our surface water management areas. And we'll use some evaluation, direct surveys, indirect surveys, and spills data observations to see whether they're working and whether they're the most efficient method. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We are getting into car washing season where a lot of people wash their cars and all that soapy water goes right down the drain, and people don't like being told that they can't wash their cars in their driveway, and yet when they do that, they are directly impacting our stream health. So can you let us know what the regulations are around washing our cars, and what are some strategies to keep our streams and rivers clean and healthy?
Certainly. So with car washing, we have asked people to use a commercial car wash as a first method. For those who cannot use a commercial car wash, we've asked them to divert the wash water to either grass or gravel and allow it to infiltrate. There's a lot of bacteria and microorganisms that will break down those pollutants within the wash water. And then for car wash fundraisers, we've also reached out to those property management groups, and we're in the process of developing a flyer that has a lot of really successful alternative fundraising methods, because that is one of the issues that we deal with on a regular basis this time of year. But we are putting out publications and trying to get that word out as much as possible to make sure that people are aware of what they can do as an alternative, and then kind of meet people halfway whenever they really want to wash their car. We don't want to impede on their ability to do that.
Anyone else? Thank you so much. It's a really important educational piece that our residents need to know about.
Thank you.
Next up is our Multiway Boulevard project update with Ryan Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, council members. I just wanted to give a brief update on the Multiway project. I'm sure much to the relief of many people, and believe it or not, it is nearing completion with a couple more months left to go. So the plan is right now is the contractors making efforts to get most of the project done by the end of this month. That includes channelization, the pavers, the sidewalks, and signals and things of that sort. But there will be continuing work going on until August 4th, when the project is scheduled to be physically complete. So you will be seeing some continuing lane closures and like that until that time. But we hope to get most of the work done in time for the 4th of July parade. And during that, the contractor's not going to be working on the 3rd. So in the way of pedestrians viewing the parade, we hope to open up that access lane area for them to sit in and to use. In tonight's brief update, the Public Works staff has also worked with Communications Officer Barbara Ramey and Timothy Smith, our contract videographer, to produce a video to help the public understand how to use the Multiway Boulevard project. So we do have an initial version for tonight. There'll be an updated version when the project is complete, and we hope to include some actual on-site footage and possibly drone footage to help pedestrians and bicyclists know how to use it as well. So, without further ado, let me play the video for you.
The city of Bothell has created a new type of roadway along Bothell Way Northeast between State Route 522 and Reeder Way called the Multiway Boulevard. The Multiway Boulevard uses medians to separate through traffic from local access traffic lanes. The access lanes provide on-street parking for business customers as well as wide sidewalks and bicycle routes. Learn how to travel this new type of roadway safely. Most important, take it slow and watch for other vehicles and pedestrians. The access lanes are one-way, northbound on the east side and southbound on the west side. Always enter access lanes in the correct direction of travel. Never turn the wrong way into an access lane. The access lanes are one-way. There are several ways to enter an access lane. Take a slight right turn into the beginning of access lanes. Take a right-hand turn followed by an immediate left-hand turn. Remember to yield to cross traffic just as you would before taking any left turn. You can also enter an access lane after yielding to traffic by taking a left turn from Bothell Way Northeast onto a cross street, followed by another immediate left turn into the access lane. You can also enter access lanes via right turns from cross streets. Make sure you look out and yield for pedestrians. If you are on a cross street, you need to be in the through lane to get across the boulevard, and then turn left into an access lane. Only use left turn lanes to turn onto Bothell Way. Otherwise, you will risk crashing with other cars turning left onto the main arterial lanes of the boulevard. Always park within marked stalls. Be mindful of posted parking limit times and preferred parking stalls. Always stop before exiting the access lane. After stopping, drive straight or take a right-hand turn. Never take a left-hand turn from the access lane. All other cars have priority before cars leaving access lanes. Watch for crossing pedestrians. And remember that cars may be turning right from the main line. Check your blind spot before entering traffic. Always stop behind the defined stop bar locations before crosswalks. Never wait for a red light in the areas marked Keep Clear. If you do, you will be preventing cars in the access lanes from crossing to the next block. The Multiway Boulevard provides a way to keep busy Bothell Way flowing through our downtown while still creating a safe parking and pedestrian zone. Our goal is to keep traffic moving while creating a walkable, livable downtown. Remember to drive slowly and cautiously into, through, and out of intersections and access lanes. Watch for other vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists.
And there you go. That's the initial version. This video is also available on the city website and YouTube channel as well.
Will it be playing extensively on the Bothell channel? I assume. I think it ought to, actually, because I think I need to watch it again.
Yeah, there'll be an updated, longer version again, also including for pedestrians and pedestrians and bicyclists. So.
Thank you. That's very educational. Anyone else have a comment? Councilmember Sandberg.
So there is, those access lanes are pretty complicated. And so if somebody is, so say you're heading northbound and there's a car in the access lane and then there's a car in the through lanes, and both of them want to continue on to the access lane, or, well, you show that part where, you know, watch your blind spot because they're both going to get a green light. And if the access lane wants to go forward and the person wants to come off the through lane, that's a conflict, whether they're turning a hard right, like on to 183rd, or if they're trying to get on to the access lane up ahead. I mean, who has priority in that situation?
Well, there is a difference between the two. The main line is actually signal controlled. The access lane is stop controlled. They have a stop sign. So they have to give right away to whatever it may be. They'll have to check their blind spot. They'll have to wait till it's clear and it's safe to continue. So that's generally the difference between the two.
Okay. And do we have signage that makes it clear to the access lane driver that they don't have the right of way in that situation, or?
Well, I think it's essentially driver knowledge.
Okay.
In the sense of it is a stop sign, and they have to wait till it's clear before they can continue. They can either take a right turn or proceed straight if it's clear.
So they're at the stop, and there could be cross traffic because the cross traffic has a green light. There could be right-hand turning traffic because they have a green light. They just have, that person in the access lane has to be very aware of what cross traffic there is.
Correct.
And are there any other options? Are we confident that we want to allow a left turn from the main lines into the access lanes?
Yes, it's a perfectly legal movement. It essentially matches the same as someone wanting to go straight from a local cross street, straight through the intersection, and then taking a left. So it just so happens that the vehicle that you're describing is taking a left onto the cross street and then taking another left into the access lane. So it is legal movement.
Okay. I think this is going to be a challenge for drivers.
Yeah.
Going to be a lot of education.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
This type of multi-way boulevard is, it's not common, but it has been used at various places. So it is I guess it's something new. So it's maybe new to this area for sure, but it's a reliable form of transportation, and it has proven not to be worked pretty well.
And so you have basically those free turns at every intersection along the Multiway Boulevard.
I'm sorry.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is I was in Italy last year, and they had the same kind of setup where they had access lanes, medians, and then through lanes. And on some of the side crossing streets, it was limited movement. But we're having basically unlimited movement. Obviously, they have to follow the right-of-way rules, but it's unlimited movement at all of the intersections along the Multiway Boulevard. There's flexibility, I guess, at every intersection. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Italy, so how they're handling it.
Okay.
But the way they have it set up, our consultant and our research on it, we're confident that there'll be a learning curve, but in the end, it'll prove well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Moving on to the visitor comment section. So as we talked about earlier, because we've moved clustering and free retention further off, you can comment during this section, or if you want to wait, we'll have a public testimony prior or after our staff presentation, but prior to council discussion as well. With that, each person addressing the council will give his or her name in an audible tone of voice for the record, and unless the council grants further time, shall limit the address to 3 minutes. No person other than the council and the person having the floor will be permitted to enter into any discussion, either directly or through a member of the council without the permission of the mayor. First person to speak is Jim Phillips.
Hi, I'm Jim Phillips. I'll give my addresses real quick. 23223 39th Avenue Southeast, 10030 Main Street, 10315 East Riverside Drive. So I'm kind of nailed down here in Bothell. I'm here to talk about 183rd. We had quite a group lined up for last week. It got canceled, and I don't know what happened to everybody today, but they didn't come. 183rd has been the second main street for as long as there's been a Bothell. The majority of the businesses on the north side of Main Street have parking in the back of their building. The effect of closing the turning lane going south on the Old Everett Highway is devastating to businesses. 183rd has the same right-of-way as 185th, but you're closing the turning lane on 183rd. The bulk of the population in Bothell is north of 183rd, which means people have to come south. Do you have any idea how much more traffic you're going to throw on Main Street by closing 183rd? Stop and think about the parallel parking. How long does it take you to block the street while you're trying to parallel park? Some people are better at it than others. But with increased traffic on there, it's going to be a problem. And you're putting additional traffic on Main Street. I guess I can put it this way, and if your goal is to make it harder to do business in Bothell, increase traffic on Main Street and the side streets, then you're right on target. Is it just an oversight? I mean, did the city ask for public input on closing 183rd turning? Did the city ask for input from the business? Maybe, maybe not. I know I didn't get any, and none of the businesses that I talked to didn't get any, unless it was buried somewhere in a big long general public input for something. But closing it is definitely a major impact to the side streets in Bothell, to Main Street, and to be able to do business effectively. And how about this hotel complex that's supposed to be coming in? Has anybody stopped and talked to them about closing? They're not going to be
Sir.
happy campers.
I'm trying to be polite and lenient, but you're well over your
No,
time.
that's okay. I'm done. Thank you.
I encourage you to maybe reach out to the city manager and get her contact information.
We talked to staff, and staff says it's a done deal. It can't be changed.
Okay.
Well, the council can. A change order is a lot cheaper than a complete redo later down the road.
Thank you for your...
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
Could we have our acting public works director describe this closing of the turn lane on 183rd?
Generally, we don't respond to public comment.
Okay.
But a very brief answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Markawa can address that. He's been working on this project for a long time, and he's got a very good history. And I will give you a quick snapshot of what we've done so far regarding why that is the case. But certainly, there are valid concerns that we've been trying to deal with it during the design phase and the study phase, and then eventually the construction.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. So where to make left turns is what was studied very intensely. One of the things about downtown Bothell is we have very short blocks. We would have loved to make left turns everywhere in both directions, because you have to assume we have to make left turns to get into the east side as well as the west side. So if you come south on Bothell Way, we've allowed for a left turn at Reeder Way, 185th, and Main Street. And if you go northbound, we've allowed for a left turn on 185th Street, but not 183rd. So in the case of 183rd, one of the reasons is because of the short block, if you're trying to get left turns in both directions, east and west, you'd have half a block in which to do that. And with the required tapers and everything, you'd have very short left turn lanes, allowing only a couple cars in there. So essentially what would happen is that would fill up rapidly and you'd start backing everything up. So you have to make decisions about where you can make your left turn. 185th is designed to be our transit corridor, as well as it goes all the way through to UW Bothell through Beardsley. So it is one of the two, including Main Street, through streets. And 183rd stops at 104, so it doesn't go all the way through. It was a concern to make a left turn onto the new Main Street extension going northbound, because if you make a left turn there, it could stack up into 522. So the left turn had to be at 185th. In order to allow that, we had to make choices on short blocks. So we did go through a methodology on looking at where we could make left turns and where it was important to make left turns. And again, ideally with longer blocks, we would have wanted to make every movement possible everywhere. But in downtown, we have very short blocks.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation. The next person is Milt Reimers.
Thank you. My name is Milt Reimers, and I'm here to represent George Neffner Company, which owns property in the affected reimbursement area that the council is considering tonight for the resolution establishing a downtown utilities and frontage improvement assessments reimbursement area. And I'm here because I'd like to urge the council to reconsider the method and the cost that it's considering imposing on that area. First, Washington state statutes under RCW 35.72 and 35.91 allow for a proposed assessment when the benefit of a project is considered as against the parcels that are being affected. And that benefit is generally measured by considering the difference in the fair market value as between the property before the project and the property after the project. But the proposed reimbursement assessment in this case does not consider the benefit to the properties, and instead just measures it by the frontage and the linear square footage. This allocation is improper, and it should be, I believe it should be reconsidered by the city. Exhibit A to the proposed ordinance outlines the parcels which were improved and have been selected as part of the assessment area. And there are properties throughout the area that benefit from the improvements that were done, but that are not being assessed. And those looking at the map and the diagram on Exhibit A, going up and down 182nd, 183rd, 185th, 186th, and Main, you have properties that are off of Bothell Way and off of 98th that clearly benefit, and they benefit in terms of the access that they may obtain, either vehicular access or pedestrian access, or just from the aesthetic improvements that are made to the area. So we believe that a benefit analysis should be conducted by the city and taken into consideration when imposing these assessments. And the second point I'd like to make is that even if it's assumed that the method that is being used is appropriate, the city's proposed assessment is unreasonably high on the affected parcels. And looking at Exhibit B, which lays out the reimbursement assessment and the summary of associated costs, the collection of the assessment under state statute must be reasonable and proportionate to the total expenses incurred by the municipality. And Exhibit B, shows that the frontage costs are upwards of $800 and $900 a square foot, or a linear foot, excuse me, for the frontage improvements, and $167 for the utility improvements. So we're hopeful that the city will reconsider this, because by comparison, we have had a construction expert who's looked into these and estimated that these are way out of proportion with the benefits being put upon those parcels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jim Bush.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and City Council. My address is P.O. Box 2001, Bothell. I own parcel 31 on the Multi-Lane Boulevard. It's a small apartment building across from McMenamins at 186 and Bothell Way. I've attended both of the meetings that the city planners, I guess, have put out for the property owners. And they kept saying in both meetings, consider the benefits to your property. And so as a real estate appraiser for over 30 years myself, 5 years working for the State Department of Transportation doing condemnation appraisals, I'm kind of familiar with the benefits and damages to properties. And so I looked at this. In the before situation, we had sidewalks, curbs, gutters, street lights, and the city decided they want to beautify the area, which is fine. So they tore all those out, which we had in and were paid for, and now they're putting trees up, which is not a benefit to any retail or income-producing property because it hides the buildings, the signs, the addresses, and everything else. But the city wanted trees. Now, if they just had ground cover like the others, forgetting the trees, but the ground cover they have, there's no problem there. And one of the people on the staff said, well, we moved the lanes over one further from the apartment building. Well, that's true, but they've doubled the traffic. Instead of 2 lanes, now there's 4 lanes, so there's double the pollution, double the noise. So I don't see any benefit there by them moving it over. And then they said, well, we provided parking in front of the apartment building and Cafe Ladro. But at the same time, they took the parking away from us on Reader Way. So there is no benefit there. Plus, as I understand from the signs, there's a restriction of 2-hour parking. So that's not good for apartment owners or apartment tenants that have to work at nights and are home during the day, or people have a day off, they can't park there unless they want to go move their car every couple hours. And then they were saying the front footage is the best way to come up with a value. Well, there's other ways. There's square footage that might be more equitable, and then there's the unit front footage value, which takes into consideration something like I think Councilman McNeil brought up at the session on May 9th, that 100-foot frontage on one property, 100-foot frontage on another property, one might have 16 units, one might have 32 units. So is it fair that the guy with 16 has to pay the same price as the guy with 32 units, where he can amortize that cost over all twice the value of his property?
Okay,
So,
sir, please.
yeah, okay, I have a lot to say, but I guess I'm restricted. So,
Thank
anyway,
you.
So I'm against this estimate.
Next is Kieran Hines from Widener Apartment Homes.
Good evening. Kieran Hines, I'm Acquisitions and Development Director for Widener Apartment Homes and Bothell Way Apartments, LLC. We own approximately 2.6 acres located at 18107 98th Avenue Northeast, also subject to the downtown utilities and frontage improvements assessment. We've been involved with this property on 98th since 2010. It was the former Marshall Paris Insurance property, and started meeting with the city very early on, even before we closed on the property. Primary reason was we knew we needed to acquire, or we were interested in acquiring what was at the time 522 right away. We had positive dialogue and were excited about moving forward with an apartment project on the property. Closed on it in April of 2011, and 6 months later we found out about Horse Creek. Horse Creek is a fantastic project. It's great to see it complete now, and the frontage improvements are certainly nice, but that's obviously resulted in a pretty substantial delay and quite significant cost to us with not being able to move forward with our project as planned. Despite the substantial delay and these costs, we've maintained positive dialogue with the city. with staff and particularly Public Works when the Horse Creek project was underway. And that's why I think because of our history with the city, we felt pretty stunned to receive the assessment notice back in December to the tune of $350,000 for our property. You know, our project was completely derailed by the Horse Creek project. It is nice. It is certainly, there's some benefits there now, but this really felt like salt in the wound after a long and arduous process and dialogue with the city. We are not opposed to paying our fair share of the costs for the frontage and utility improvements, but north of $900 a lineal foot seems pretty excessive, and we would ask the council and staff to consider, to continue considering those costs, and hopefully we can reach a reasonable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Gavin Whistler.
Good evening. I've spoke before to your council, and my name is Gavin Whistler. I live in Bothell. I've lived here since 1981, and I'm here to help support a way to preserve the front side of the country village. As you well know, and Deputy Mayor, the back side has already been sold. There's going to be 91 townhomes in there, and we are not advocating at all to take the sale away from the private family, the Loveless family, but two of the siblings would really love to keep their business in the country village. Two are not as happy about it. So we have looked at many options and are still exploring a way with a 501c or some type of donations, a nonprofit. Maybe even my plan is to have a permanent Pike Place market in the back side of the country village. Many more ways to self-sustain the country village. So we have looked into various ideas, and I know that you're the deputy mayor now, but we did have a petition that went to the mayor on the 15th, and we have not received any information back about that. So that's one of the questions for you is, did you all receive it? Did you read it? Did anyone have a chance to respond? Is there anything we can do as far as how we obtain any future support for the project? And we, of course, know that you cannot buy that piece of property. Bothell can't. And you've done a great job with the parks and, of course, Wayne Golf Course. But we're still looking for a way to maintain that as a piece of Bothell that we will never get back if it is developed into, say, townhomes or whatever they choose to develop it into. And we do have that piece of historical value, which is the White House that was there in the early days of Bothell that had the horse-drawn carriages, blacksmithing, a place to water the horses. That has to stay because it is on the historical registry of Bothell, if someone doesn't know about that. And I've looked into the Pybus market in Wenatchee, so there's a lot of different things out there that could help us, but we need support and we need funds and we need just rally round, basically. So if you have any ideas to help us, I would appreciate a contact. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. Next is John Limonzakis. Limonzakis?
Very good, thank you. Good evening. My name is John Limonzakis. We're the owners of the property of the Cafe Ladril down there. And great improvement. One side on the street definitely would benefit more than the other because you have more of a square footage per parcel. And our side on the street, on the other side of the street, properties particularly such as ours, that's a triangle. And to assess it on the basis of a lineal foot and yet have no yield. Now, as it is as of now, as long as we have Cafe Ladril, that is great. But in the event we're in a situation to develop, obviously it's not going to be a piece. We're going to be looking toward a development. Parking, there's a restriction on the basis of that. Therefore, even putting units above would be very low yield. And if you add the cost factor per lineal foot among the other cost factors for a development, there really wouldn't be any merits or any financial stability toward moving forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We don't generally enter into discussions, but I encourage you to reach out and email if you want direct contact. Next, we are moving on to the consent agenda. So that would include approval of minutes and approval of payroll and benefit transactions. And we've pulled AB 17086 and 17087. Oh no, was it 086 and 088? Did we pull 087? No, okay. So do I have a motion to pass the consent agenda? Motion by Councilmember Agnew, seconded by Councilmember McNeil. Please, are we ready to place our votes? I'll be playing the part of Andrew Rayum this evening.
I'm only showing 5 so far. Did somebody not vote? There we go.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Rayum absent and excused. Okay. Moving on to those that have been pulled. We'll discuss AB 17086, resolution establishing a downtown utilities and frontage improvements assessment reimbursement area. Does anyone have? Do we want a staff comment, or do we just want discussion or questions? Councilmember Sandberg.
Well, if it's all right with the rest of the council, usually the person who pulls it is the one who starts the discussion. Is that all right?
That's my fault. Sorry.
Okay. I pulled this item because I did want to discuss it a little bit, and I am in support of some form of a downtown assessment reimbursement. The reason why I wanted to pull it is because we started this conversation back in October 2016. A lot of the property owners expressed concern that they hadn't been notified of the change, so we've gone through several iterations. We've talked about it up here. There have been focus groups with staff, and so I wanted to acknowledge all of that public input by having a discussion versus just approving it as a part of the consent. Because I think it's important, I feel it's important that even though you may not agree with me, at least you know why I support this measure. I think it's important to point out that first of all, we have required property owners along these properties to pay for improvements, to pay for utilities and street improvements as a part of purchase and sale agreement. So it is entirely appropriate, in my opinion, to require payment of those improvements, because if the property owner doesn't pay for those improvements, the taxpayers pay for that improvement. And there's always a pressure for us to make sure that growth pays for growth. And it is a benefit to your property. The question becomes, how much of a benefit is it? And how do you define benefit versus how we define benefit? I think it's important to note that this is not an LID. It's not a local improvement district where we institute it and then we start collecting money from the property owners on the Multiway Boulevard and on 98th Avenue. The benefited property owners only pay their portion of the cost of these infrastructure improvements if there's development within 15 years. It's not even on property sale, it's when there is development. So, and I appreciate that staff has worked with the property owners to address their concerns about costs. So I went back and I looked at the October 2016 agenda bill, and from what I can tell, it looks like staff has made significant changes to the cost per lineal foot. So in October 2016, staff had proposed for Multiway Boulevard construction costs about $1,600 per lineal foot cost, and we've reduced that to $900, reflecting some of the concerns of what the property owners have expressed. And we've had a similar a reduction in the cost per lineal foot that we would like to charge for 98th Avenue frontage improvements as well. So I feel like we have made an effort to reduce the costs to reflect that property owners are getting an infrastructure improvement that, you know, is maybe not what they would be paying or what they consider they would be paying, but we offered at 2016 prices at an economy of scale price that, you know, an individual property owner trying to do their own frontage improvements at, you know, some future time, you know, it's hard to predict if the costs would be that much greater. You've had your consultant say what you think the frontage improvement costs would be. We've had our consultants in a report say that it's hard to determine, you know, are you paying a premium because we installed the improvements? But I think in the end, they are improvements that that need to be paid for and would be installed. I heard the argument that we already had sidewalks, but as a city, we created the downtown master plan, and those improvements would be made to the code that was created regardless of whether we would put these in or the individual property owner puts those in at the time of development. So the cost of these things need to be recuperated, and this is the mechanism, this is one mechanism to do that. And so I'd be interested to hear from my fellow council members how they feel about the concessions that staff has made from October 2016 to now.
And Deputy Mayor, if I could jump in for a moment.
Sure.
Just to provide a little perspective on tonight's resolution. The resolution, as it reads, says, now therefore the City Council of the City of Bothell, Washington does resolve as follows. Section 1. The Bothell City Council will consider and take final action on an ordinance establishing an assessment reimbursement area in the downtown revitalization service area at the July 18th, 2017 meeting. So the discussion of whether or not you should establish the assessment reimbursement area is really more appropriate on July 18th. The only decision that's before you tonight is whether or not you want to set that public hearing. If you vote yes on the resolution tonight, it sets the public hearing so that every property owner is given formal notice of that hearing, so that every property owner can come down, can listen to the staff's presentation, can address the council, and at that point, the discussion about whether or not to sign that ordinance or vote on that ordinance, and at what level, how much reimbursement you would expect from each property, that's more properly left to July 18th. So the resolution before you today is, do you want to set that process in motion so that the public hearing can be held and you can take final action? So I'm not sure discussion on the actual merits of the assessment reimbursement area are appropriate at this time.
Thank you for that clarification. I think it's really important. We have a long agenda, and we certainly don't need to pre-discuss something that's coming up later. Does anyone else want to comment or give me a motion? Okay, Councilmember Sandberg.
I'll move the recommended action, but we will have to have a conversation.
Of course. Moved by Councilmember Sandberg, seconded by Councilmember Agnew. Please place your votes. To adopt a proposed resolution setting a hearing date of July 18th, 2017, to adopt an ordinance approving the downtown utilities and frontage reimbursement area. Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Rayum absent and excused. Next on the agenda would be AB 17088, First Amendment to City Manager Employment Contract. Councilmember Sandberg, you pulled it from consent.
Okay, thank you. And in the same spirit of wanting to pull what I consider an important item from the consent agenda to give reasons why I support this. Again, I want to explain why I support it, and you may not agree with me, but at least you'll know my reasoning. I think this is a very modest request as an amendment to the city manager's contract. Essentially, this amendment would allow her to purchase a home outside of Bothell if she chooses, and I think that's reasonable because I don't think her place of residency determines her commitment to the city, and I think it's a very valid point that the housing stock here might require her to buy a home that requires significant updates. And I don't want to have a conflict of interest situation with staff where they feel pressured, whether or not she pressures them or not, to expedite permitting. I think that's a very reasonable request. And I think what we all know up here is that that hiring a city manager and asking a city manager to make a change it's a risky proposition for a city manager to take a position at any new city because their employment is really at the discretion and whim of the changing city council. So we ask city managers to take a lot of risk in taking these positions, and she obviously knew that when she accepted our contract. And but I think the modest, I believe is it a 5-month extension on the rental allowance is a reasonable ask, and I'm confident that we won't need to do an extension beyond that. So for those reasons, I do support this amendment, even though it seems close on the heels of the original contract. I feel this is an appropriate request, and that for that reason I'll be supporting it.
Councilmember Agnew.
I too will be supporting the motion. I feel that handcuffing a employee to live within the city is just that, handcuffing an employee. I think in this day and age with social media and the ability we have to communicate with anybody, you can probably live fairly close. I will support the extension for the 5 months, but I will only do this one time. And I understand some of the reasons for it, but I think it's all, I'll support this motion.
Councilmember McNeil? No? Councilmember Spivey?
Great, thank you. I'm in full support of not having it live in the city requirement. I'm in full support of that. But I'm having a little bit of trouble with this extension in that before your moving expenses were all part of it was a package deal. It was moving expenses and to help cover your initial find a place to rent while you search for a home. I looked in the contract, and it doesn't show a housing allowance. It just showed a total to cover initial moving expenses and temporary rental while you found a home. And so, and then it wasn't clear in the amendment as to if it just says for a maximum of 12 months. Is that from today, 12 months from today? And so if it's just till the end of the year, that's still a significant, that's basically an $8,400 pay increase for the year, above and beyond what we agreed upon initially. And so I'm having, I guess I'm okay with not living in the city, But I don't know, I know when I was looking at taking a job down in California, they weren't going to pay for my housing for up to a year to do that. And I don't know that many places, especially in government, that do. So I look at the things that we're spending money on, and you know, I hate to pinch pennies, but I mean, that's kind of what we have to do up here at this point, where the amount of parkland we're looking to buy and other things, and funding for public safety. And I look at $8,400 as quite a bit of training that can go on in public safety. So jury's still out on that for me, but I'm in full support of not being required to live in the city.
Anyone else? Councilmember Freed.
I think the request by Councilmember Spivey actually to go into executive session was completely accurate, and so unfortunately we didn't get to, because city manager is our only employee, and an employee matters. It's nice to be able to discuss that as the employer privately and not in front of everybody, because negotiating a contract can sometimes be awkward and put people in awkward positions. So I would have rather done it that way. I am going to point out a couple things. There is a annual salary for the city manager of $179,000 and a relocation fee of $20,000. So that's $199,000 for the salary. It's something as a council that has been established, almost $200,000. I think it's a very generous salary, a fair salary, whatever term that you want to put on it. I'm not in favor of extending more funds for a rental allowance. I would certainly support the request to be able to live out of the city, even though the past city manager was criticized by people in the public for living out of the city. Some people in the past have actually used it as a campaign position to take, which I think is an unfortunate thing. But, you know, housing is what it is, and finding somebody within the confines of the city, I think, is an antiquated approach. I think that anybody that does business in the city, anyone who has the opportunity to live here, loves Bothell one way or the other, and I have no question that Jennifer Phillips will still continue to serve the city well, whether she lives in Burien, Kenmore, Mill Creek, wherever it might be. If she finds a place that she calls home, I know her majority of her time will actually be spent here in the city, which she'll call home as well. So I would love to see this amendment to remove that additional monthly allowance, because I think $199,000 a year already is compensating for some of the things that each one of us challenge, and each of the 47,000 people that live in the city of Bothell already continue to look at as living expenses. So that's my position.
Okay. I would say I support the not living within the city, although my preference would be closer rather than further. If I had my druthers, it would be in Armuga at least, but we won't put that on you. As far as the housing allowance, I wish that it wasn't a concern. I do understand the financial strain, and so I reluctantly am in support of that, but I would not be in support of any further housing allowances. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Sandberg.
I moved to approve the recommended action.
Moved by Councilmember Sandberg, seconded by Councilmember McNeil. Please place your votes. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Spivey.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amending motion on the First Amendment to strike amend section 6.10 temporary housing allowance, and therefore have renumbering below that as appropriate.
Second.
Okay, so amending motion made by Councilmember Spivey, seconded by Councilmember Freed. So we will be voting on whether or not to strike the language allowing for the housing allowance for, remind me, is it 5 months? Another. Oh, would anyone like to speak to their amendment?
I'd like to speak to my amendment.
Okay.
My amending motion. Thank you. And this, City Manager, this is nothing against you. Personally, I think you're doing a great job right now. It's just I have a hard time extending that cost. I think it's, as Councilmember Freed pointed out, there's a significant amount of money. I know what I make and my family make, and I know it's difficult. Difficult discussion to have here, and would prefer to have had it in executive session, and that as my request. But I think the original moving expenses and rental was fair, and I think it's fair to give you the extension as far as time to find a home, and having that outside the city limits is very, very reasonable. And like the deputy mayor, it'd be great if you could at least be in Armuga, but understand that, hey, you got to find a place to live and support that 100%. But I just can't support the extra funds at this point. So.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councilmember Sandberg?
I appreciate the motion maker's desire to save money, and I understand that. And I feel that this 5-month extension at $1,200 a month is a modest request. Yes, she does have a $20,000 relocation expense allocation, but as many people know, preparing your house to sell and selling and getting into a new or finding a new home and in making that transition can take longer than expected. So I'm going to be voting against the amending motion for those reasons.
Anyone else? Okay, so we are voting on whether or not to strike the portion of the amendment to fund an additional 5 months of housing subsidy for at $1,200. Please place your votes. Motion fails with council members Spivey and Fried in the affirmative, and McNeil, Agnew, Sandberg, and myself in the negative.
May I speak to the main motion if
Yes,
there's
you
no
may.
more amending motion?
Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
I know it's uncomfortable to talk about these kind of issues in public, but I think it's healthy. And so if there was any discomfort on your part, I apologize. But I think it's good that we discuss these things. The city manager is the council's only hire, and I think it's appropriate to have these discussions and air out how people feel about the decision before us.
Councilmember McNeil.
No, I didn't say a lot, but I want to thank Councilmember Sandberg for pulling this, because I do agree having the conversation in public sometimes is the better way to have things done. So I'd like to thank you.
Councilmember Freed.
Great. Speaking to the underlying motion, actually, as I total up all the costs, we're well over $200,000 in compensation, if I understand correctly. And so my concern with that is I think we're in the midst of labor negotiations. It sends the wrong message to those parties that we're negotiating with. We've already negotiated this contract but 6 months ago. And so now we're already amending it. And so, again, I wanted to have this conversation private. This was brought to me 6 days ago before I had the opportunity to review this. So this is the first day that I'm able to make comments on it. I would have liked to, again, had it in an executive session. But ultimately, increasing a contract that was just negotiated just a short bit ago while we're in the midst of labor negotiations to the tune of what's already compensated in this package, it's not something that I'm in agreement with. So I will be voting no, even though I definitely support our city manager.
Councilmember Spivey.
Great, thank you. Again, it's not that I don't support our city manager, but as for the reasons stated on the amending motion, I can't support this at this time.
Councilmember Agnew.
I will be supporting this motion, and I just want to reiterate and bring to mind my council members that the city manager is not only fulfilling her position as the city manager, she's also basically filling in as the assistant city manager also. So she's kind of doing double duty here a little bit. So I think a 5-month extension is reasonable for the reasons that we know of, and I think we've all made that clear. So I will be supporting this motion.
Okay. With that, let's vote on the recommended action to authorize the city manager to enter into a construction, to alter her employment contract as presented.
One more.
Motion passes with myself, Councilmember McNeil, Agnew, and Sandberg in the affirmative, and Councilmembers Spivey and Freed in the negative. Okay, so moving on. Just to be clear, we had talked about the opposition letter. I just want to make sure everyone understood that I was putting this in this order. So you all have it in your packets, but it's essentially a letter to our members of Congress in opposition to the budget proposal, the federal budget proposal, which eliminates funding for Sound Transit 2. Would anyone like to comment or ask questions? Councilmember Freed?
So you're just looking for support for City of Bothell send this forward?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not in agreement.
Could, so I didn't bring this forward. It was actually brought to us by staff, I believe. Could we have someone speak to this or where it originated?
This is a request by the cities that are on the back of the letter. It's a group that got together and they're asking us to support, and I forwarded the letter to the mayor and asked if the mayor would like to have this put on the agenda, and he said yes. So it's really a political decision for council's consideration. If you'd like to send the letter, you'll notice on the back there's multiple cities in our region, and they're just requesting our support to send this letter to our Congress people.
Councilmember Sandberg.
So this relates to Sound Transit 2 funding. And does that jeopardize, we have $5 million in Sound Transit 2 funding that's earmarked for Bothell. Does the budget proposal submitted by the Trump administration affect our $5 million piece of Sound Transit 2?
I don't know that the grant is related to that. However, how Sound Transit determines a way to backfill the funding that's not provided by the grant, it remains to be seen. So I don't know, but I don't know.
And do we feel that sending this letter is going to have an effect? I mean, our congressional representatives, our senators, and our representative, at least for our district, I'm sure are opposing the budget proposal.
From what we hear from our legislators, both at the federal and the state level, is they want to hear from us. And so this is a way for us to provide a voice.
As the audience, I don't believe has a copy, so I wanted to read a section that seems pertinent to me. So last year, the Federal Transit Administration authorized Sound Transit to proceed into the engineering phase of its project for the Northgate to Linwood extension and committed $1.17 billion as the federal portion of the project. The administration's budget proposal would renege on this commitment. I think that's a pretty substantial change, and I would imagine it puts in jeopardy Sound Transit 3 as well, since Sound Transit 3 builds upon Sound Transit 2. So I'm fully in support of signing this letter. Any other discussion? Councilmember McNeil.
Yeah, I'm fully in support as well. And I would guess I would just caution that we hear a lot in the transportation meetings about the last time we didn't go for money in this state and what kind of a burden it's put us under. So I'm, you know, there's a major regional effort right now. We were at a meeting this morning about King County and talking about bringing Snohomish County and Pierce County into that mix. And I thought the administration was all about transportation and infrastructure projects. So I'm fully supporting of a regional effort like this with these different cities on the back. So I will be supporting this.
Councilmember Sandberg.
I also support the letter because if we don't argue on our behalf, then we will be left behind. And I understand the concern that the $1.17 billion would be lost to the Northgate to Linwood extension, but when Sound Transit tries to backfill that loss, they're going to look someplace else. And so that could present harm to Bothell and our transit needs. I echo Councilmember McNeil's surprise that the administration has talked about improving our nation's infrastructure, and yet this is proposed for not being funded. But I'm not surprised, because I think that there might be a bias against West Coast projects in the budget. So I think we need to make sure that our voices are heard and be at the table and argue for this money, to get this money back. So I'll support the letter.
I'll also be supporting the letter. I spend a lot of my time in regional committees on transportation. I think it's the #1 issue in our region, and the ramifications of stopping progress are stifling. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we endorse the letter and send it off to our representatives.
Moved by Councilmember Agnew, seconded by Councilmember McNeil. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yep.
Councilmember Freed.
So this letter doesn't say anything about the city of Bothell. It talks about a light rail line from Northgate to Linwood. If you want to address the concerns of $5 million for a parking garage in downtown Bothell, that should be included in this letter. This is specifically talking about Northgate to Linwood. We are elected to represent the citizens of Bothell. This is a tax taking money out of the citizens of Bothell and placing it in another region. I think my position, well, I know my position is to making sure that funds that we pay out of the city come back into the city as best as we can. This letter states nothing to that point. It talks about supporting a light rail line from Northgate to Linwood. So I will stand in opposition to this letter.
Councilmember Spivey.
I would support this letter if it included the different projects of the communities on the back of it, the different projects that each community has coming to them as part of the letter. I agree with Councilmember Freed to only point out one part of it may not even have the intended effect that we want. We've got a lot of money that comes from our community into these sound transit projects, and we're not seeing a whole lot out of it. Maybe a $5 million park and ride, or one or two extra buses a day in the long run. We're not getting light rail. We're not getting much out of sound transit as a community. And so I think what we do get out of it, we should be in this letter to state what's really being lost. It's not just a line from Northgate to Linwood. It's our park and ride. It could be, it's whatever the different communities have. I think they should all be highlighted in there. And if it takes an amending motion to ask that those be put in the letter, then consider this my amending motion.
Councilmember Sandberg.
May I make a suggested language then for amending motion?
I think at this point, it's not about what language is in the letter, but just that the projects for the different communities that are signing on to this, those projects be included in the letter. So moved.
If the movement is that you will including language in it and it's going to come back for a vote, I would second that.
That's my movement.
Then I would second that.
Okay. So the motion is to add amending language to list all the projects. I assume for the communities that have signed on the back and their projects within Sound Transit 2.
Correct.
Okay.
If I might. So if you're going to direct us to make changes to the letter, you don't need a motion to do that unless you choose to. The question really becomes how much staff time do you want us to put into this? If that, then we're calling these cities to find out what projects, and it was intended to just be a quick and simple letter. So I would ask sort of where in a priority, if this is really important, that's something we can do and contact each city and try to figure out where the projects are. There was a timeliness to this as well, so I guess I'd be interested to know.
I would be in support of just a sentence that says this will impact all the cities that have projects with funding through Sound Transit 2, and it will have region-wide implications.
So if you're going to make amending language and approve the letter, then you can do that by motion. If you want to direct staff to make changes and bring it back, you can do that without a motion and just sort of give me general direction on what you'd like to change. But I think if I recall, there was a time sensitivity to this. This is why we put it on quickly for tonight. And so I don't know if next week, we can find out if next week is still adequate.
Okay, well.
I'm just trying to give you options.
Okay, can people weigh in on whether or not they support?
Point of order, Deputy Mayor. There is a motion on the floor, on the table.
Would people speak to the motion and whether or not they support? I apologize for my poor statement.
No, I just want to make sure we're following.
Councilmember Sandberg.
I support the spirit of that, of the motion, but I want to suggest an easier method, because if we can't really change, this is a form letter that all these cities want us to sign on, but there's no reason why we can't use the same form letter and add language that is specific to Bothell and then send it to the same people. And so that's what I would propose. So it's different from what your amending motion is. So, and I think we could just resolve it this evening. It could be a Bothell-specific letter. So we don't sign on with everybody else, but the representatives still get the letter with Bothell-specific concern in it.
Anyone else like to weigh in? Councilmember McNeil.
Yes, I would agree with that, but I'd also say that we need to make sure that we stand together with the other cities as a regional support, a regional effort. When we start sending letters that are specific to Bothell's needs, we start looking like we're standing alone and not standing together with the rest of the cities. And one of the things that we hear when we go out to the committee meetings for transportation is how we support one another. One of the other things that I would say about this is that when I read this, it says our region is the fastest growing part of the country, and we need to make investments in transit that will improve regional mobility. To me, I take this as a regional letter, a regional effort. So when we talk about light rail from Northgate to Linwood, that does affect the residency of Bothell. That affects the people that are commuting for work. It affects the people who are commuting to our community as well as commuting out of our community. We heard just today that 20,000 people on a daily average travel from Snohomish County down to Seattle. What's that going to be in 2040? So these investments that we are making for transit today are not for us today, they're for our tomorrow. So we need to make sure that we stand together regionally with our other cities and make sure that we're getting our dollars back into our community. It may not be in our community because of Northgate to Linwood, but it is in our community with the bus rapid transit that's going to connect to that light rail. It's going to connect Kenyon Park. And when we talk about a regional growth center and we want to get support to continue that, that's part of this network right here. That's what we're building. So I'm in support of making sure that we get some form of a letter, but I also am very supportive of making sure we support the other cities in this region that are on this letter as well.
Councilmember Agnew.
I'm in support of the letter. I'm in support of sending something and saying, you told us you were going to give us $1.17 billion, and now you're telling us you're going to take it away. Well, where are we going to get that funding from? Transportation is an issue that we have in this area. We've had that for quite a while, and we're going to have it for quite a long while. I may not have supported ST3, but I will be paying for it. I will not receive any of the benefits from ST3 because I'm sure I'm going to be long since gone after it starts. But my children will. And that's important for us to remember. So I am in support of this letter.
I believe it's my turn. So
Okay, well, go for it.
I would like to say I'm in support of the letter as is. Apparently, it has an expiration date. I think the points that Councilmember McNeil and Agnew made are dead on. I think it's our responsibility to stand with our neighbors. We're a region. We're not silos. We need to support each other, and we get in line and we take turns, and when we need them, they'll be there for us. And ultimately, this is for us too. This is for our wider community, and so I will not be voting for the amending motion. Councilmember Freed.
Great, thanks. Did you think I was trying to block you? I didn't even hear you say that you wanted to go next.
Well, I do try to let everyone have a turn before we do seconds, but it's a little hard to keep track.
No, I haven't had a chance to speak on the amending motion yet.
Okay, I apologize.
No, so this is my first opportunity. So, Councilmember McNeil, I absolutely appreciate your passion, and I believe that we do need to come at this as a regional thought. And that's why I take concern or pause with this letter, because I don't think the crafters of this took a regional position on this. I think it would have been more appropriate to approach the cities and say, hey, let's put a collective message together that does discuss an entire region with each member that signs on to here. These mayors represent us as a council. We're certainly a council where our mayor signs his name because we as a collective body say that we would like to because we believe in it. I noticed that the two signatures here near the top are the mayor of Mount Lake Terrace and the mayor of Shoreline, the two cities that will certainly most immediately benefit from what is written in this letter. I don't know who crafted this letter because it just arrived here to me tonight. I would have been far more supportive in a letter that talked about all the items which we're trying to include in this amending motion. So leadership is something that we can take here. We could craft our own letter and then send it back to these cities and show that Bothell is a regional member, and by doing so, we've crafted a letter that includes all these cities' projects within it and send a very powerful, strong message to DC. So I'm in support of the amending motion.
Councilmember Spivey.
Great. It's not that I made the amending motion because I don't support the letter. I just think, as Councilmember Freed said, that we can show a stronger regional need by including the projects of the different, the different projects that affect, these different communities here in the back. The projects that they may or may not have. I think it's again, it's not that I'm against this letter or the regional support. I just think that we can have a letter that shows stronger regional support by including more projects in there, and that's why I made my amending motion.
Okay, shall we cast our votes on the amending motion to change the letter to include all projects of the cities listed under ST3, or 2? We have a tie. So motion fails. And we go back to the original. Did we have an original motion?
Yes, we did.
So it
was
could
moved
you
by
remind me what it was?
Councilmember Agnew and second by Councilmember McNeil.
To send as
is.
As is. Okay. So please pass or cast your votes for. Okay. We want more discussion. Councilmember McNeil.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to my second. So I'm going to be supporting this letter because I feel that a lot of times when we support other cities in our region and we see letters that come across for support, they're very broad and they don't list for specific reasons a lot of independent projects because they actually can include a lot of vast projects. So I will be supporting it because I kind of read through this and to me it does feel a little bit, I agree with Councilmember Freed, that it feels like you're supporting a Northgate to Linwood project. But the Northgate, to me, I feel that the Northgate to Linwood project will also service my community here, Bothell. And I feel that this letter talking about our region is important for us to be supportive of so that the other cities see that we're supporting them as much as we're going to want their support, especially when it comes to the future of Sound Transit.
Councilmember Sandberg.
I understand the importance of being a good regional partner, but I agree that this letter was written with certain cities' needs definitely at the forefront. A simple sentence that they could have added that said, failure to commit federal funding will impact other Sound Transit 2 projects represented by the signatory cities to this letter. I mean, that could have been included. I personally don't feel like we're going to benefit at all from the Northgate to Linwood extension. I know that there's goodwill that you hope is sown when you support other cities' needs, but I personally feel that our area has not gotten a lot of support for Sound Transit projects. So the letter was written with a very specific angle that was not inclusive to some of the other cities here. So, you know, maybe that can be communicated, you know, or I don't know. I think it could have been a broader letter, not just specific to this Northgate to Linwood extension. I think it's a stretch to think that that really benefits Bothell.
Anyone else like to speak? Have we beat the horse to death yet? Okay, let's vote. Motion passes with Councilmember Freed in the negative and Mayor Rayum absent and excused. Okay. So moving on. It feels like a lifetime ago when we reordered the meeting. So shall we try to get through one more item before break? So we're on to the AB 17089, am I correct? The public hearing, oh no, we're saving public hearings, I'm sorry. Resolution establishing a hearing date for street vacation petition, AB 17091, and Mr. Feen is here to present. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Don Feen, Utility Services Manager. And this is the council meeting to discuss the resolution establishing a hearing date for street vacation petition on the northeast corner of 103rd Avenue Northeast and 185th Street. Property information. The property owner at the northeast corner of 103rd and 185th is requesting a street vacation. The street vacation is for a portion of the right-of-way. If vacated and the property is fully developed, it will be consistent and parallel with the 185th Street frontage, and that would be consistent with development to the west along 185th. Staff has reviewed the street vacation request and determined that there is adequate right-of-way remaining after the vacation to accommodate the city's proposed northeast 185th Street improvements and proposed development plans. And you can see the location on the screen. As you can see, the property, the right-of-way is not aligned with the existing right-of-way, and that's the area of vacation we'd be looking at to the street vacation process is a street vacation is the determination of the public interest in a right-of-way, opened or unopened, and the vacation of city street right-of-ways is governed by Chapter 3579 of the RCW and Chapter 17.12 of the BMC. The petition method of vacating requires that abutting property owners initiate the street vacations. The petition must be signed by owners of more than 2/3 of the property abutting the street to be vacated. For this subject property, there is only one owner. On the screen is the site plan, and the red shaded area would be the area to be vacated. There's 13 lots in the proposed subdivision. 2 of them are impacted by that vacation area. Potentially, if it wasn't vacated, you could get 1 unit and you would lose, so the net impact would be a loss of 1 unit. Street vacation, property information, staff review. The application and associated documents have been reviewed, and staff is forwarding the street vacation request for council consideration. The appropriate cost for the street vacation is $20 per square foot, which is 50% of the appraised land value of $40 per square foot. This compensation of 50% is consistent with the BMC. It's pursuant to BMC 17.12060. Council, by resolution, shall fix a day when the petition shall be heard and determined, which time shall not be more than 60 days, nor less than 20 days after the date of passage of such resolution. The action for tonight's meeting is for the council to consider a public hearing date, to consider the street vacation. That proposed public hearing date is planned for July 18th. Council could then discuss, deliberate, and make a decision after the hearing on whether to grant the street vacation at the close of the hearing. To summarize, the city has no defined need for this property. The street vacation converts land from city ownership to private land, which would bring in tax and utility revenues and also relieves the city of the maintenance burden. As part of the development, the applicant is also creating public open space on the northeast corner of 185th and 103rd, which would be privately maintained. So the recommended action tonight is to approve a resolution establishing a public hearing date of July 18th for a street vacation petition for the corner of northeast 103rd and northeast 185th Street.
Thank you very much. So are there any council questions? Councilmember Freed?
Great, thanks. Nice to see you. Welcome. Always, it's nice to see you at the beginning of the evening. Is there a public benefit if we decided to have a hearing and then made a decision to move forward? Is there a public benefit?
Public benefit to this?
To the public.
Well,
so if I could jump in, Don, if I could jump in, I'm sorry to interrupt. So very similar to the assessment reimbursement area, the focus of tonight's resolution is, do you want the property owner to have the opportunity to convince you that this is a good idea? If you want to hear from the property owner, then you should vote yes on the resolution, because the resolution then establishes the public hearing where the petitioner can come and convince you that this is a public good. On the 18th, if you vote for the resolution and set this for the 18th, you don't have to vacate this on the 18th. The property owner has the onus to convince you that this is a good idea. But it's really not
Paul,
for staff.
I appreciate you jumping in and taking some time to contribute into this conversation. But if we're going to schedule council time to discuss it and also staff time to come back and also potentially have the applicant move forward with the expectation that they would have some hearing, I can look at the facts right now and question whether we should have a public hearing on that, because I just, from the face of it, I don't see the public benefit. So the questions are that I'm asking staff or help educating me whether I think it's even worthy to move forward with a hearing to hear anything further.
Understood.
So a public benefit, I'm questioning if there is a public benefit from this. Obviously, I think it's a monetary value of $14,000 if I understand correctly, right?
It's what we have in the packet.
Okay.
I believe it is 14,000.
You stated that this would be a loss to the applicant of potentially 2 units. I actually see if we give the vacation, it would be a benefit to the current property configuration of 2 units. Now, obviously, I'm in favor of seeing investors come into the city of Bothell and invest in the city, and I like to see projects move forward. I'd be excited to see this one go forward. I'm questioning if there would be any information that could help us realize that you would bring forward in a hearing of what would be a public benefit if 2 more units are added and we decide to take $14,000. You think there'd be information potentially that would come forward at that point?
We could bring that. I mean, what we did mention is the obviously tax and utility revenues are a couple of things, and we would not have to maintain that sliver of land.
We wouldn't have to maintain the sliver of land. Okay.
It's being vacated.
Okay. Cool. Those are my questions. If there's a motion that goes forward, obviously I'll have some comments.
Anyone else? I'll entertain a motion then. Councilmember McNeil moves the recommended action, and seconded by Councilmember Agnew. Councilmember Freed.
Great, thank you. I will be voting against the motion. I don't want to waste staff's time. I don't see the benefits of this, and no information that I could perceive would come forward. We've had a discussion earlier tonight talking about acquisitions of right-of-way, sharing expenses, whatever it might be. We are a city in acquisition phase of public right-of-way. We shouldn't be a city in a position that is looking to sell public right-of-way. So having a hearing scheduled to continue this conversation, we've already had this come to the table a month or 2 ago. At that point, it was going to come back for this discussion tonight. I could be in favor of potentially a hearing if we're talking about a dead-end road that would be considered. This is not a dead-end road. We also heard tonight that there is not going to be any longer a left-hand turn on Northeast 183rd Street, so the majority of the traffic going through the city is going to be on Northeast 185th Street, which is a through road to the university and Cascadia Community College. So 185th is going to be carrying more of a burden, of course, as our city considers continual growth and movement. This piece of property could be used as a bus lane. Certainly bus routes are going to be moving on there. I don't see that a hearing is going to help the city further and this council further if we ever decide to try to take back that right away for any use that we would see as congestion continues to increase on Northeast 185th. The cost would be far more than $14,000 to reacquire that, because apparently there would be 2 additional units sitting on this piece of property. So we would be further constraining the land that we potentially would need, whether that's in 15 years or 25 years. So I see no need for a hearing because I don't agree with this from the face. Too many things standing against it.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. I will be supporting my motion. And the last time we had this discussion, there was a lot of comments brought up. Again, Councilmember Freed brought up some good points tonight, some information that we need to hear. But I am open to hearing from the parties that are trying to acquire the property and understand a little bit more about this so we can make an informed decision.
Anyone else? Councilmember Sandberg?
I'm in support of establishing the resolution for a public hearing date. That doesn't mean that I'm in support of selling the right-of-way. I think there's a lot of interesting questions that Councilmember Freed has raised. I think it's interesting that it looks like Bothell Municipal Code requires that we sell it at 50% of its appraised value. So, I mean, there's some questions that I would also like answered about the benefit to the public. So I'm willing to hear from the property owner, you know, why, what they think the merits are, but this doesn't presuppose, action tonight doesn't presuppose that I would support it moving forward.
Anyone else? Okay, so the motion on the floor was to move the recommended action to establish approval at resolution establishing a public hearing date of July 18th, 2017 for a street vacation petition for the corner of 103rd Avenue Northeast and Northeast 185th Street. Please cast your votes. Motion carries with council members Spivey and Freed in the negative, council members McNeil, Sandberg, Agnew, and myself in the affirmative. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and reconvene. Actually, no, I'll make it reconvene at 8:05. Okay, we're back from recess. A little bit late, but we had to gird ourselves for the rest of the meeting. Next on the agenda is AB 17092, Amendment to Lot P North Development Agreement.
It's me. I just have a very brief presentation.
Oh, great.
Main Street Property Group purchased what we refer to as, and there's a map in your agenda package, P North on August 8th, 2016. During that period of time, upon the purchase of the property, a development agreement was also signed establishing the design, development, and performance criteria for this project. There is an anniversary date, which is August 8th, 2017, in which construction should start on this project on this property. Main Street Properties has come forward and requested a 1-year extension from the city, and staff is currently recommending a 6-month extension to remain in the spirit of what was intended with the sale of these properties in the downtown was for development to actually be built and for there not to be delays so the community can experience and enjoy the benefits of these projects as well as the anticipated revenues. And so staff is recommending a 6-month extension, which would extend the start of construction to February 8th, 2018, with an opening date of the project February 8th, 2020. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and a representative of Main Street Property Group is also here to answer questions if the council has any.
Great, thank you very much. Who would like to begin with questions or comments or motions? You're a little slow on the draw there, Councilmember Sandberg.
I always go first, and I take a little flack for that, so I wait. But so if we were to not accept your recommendation, if I felt that they'd had ample opportunity to start vertical development, then what would be the course of action from there?
If Main Street Properties wasn't able to begin construction as of the date, which would be August 8th, 2017, which is 6 weeks from, 2 months from now, they would ultimately be in default of the development agreement. And there are cures and remedies for being in default.
And so they currently own the property.
That is correct.
So it's not like it would fall out of contract. They own the property, but the remedy would be our ability to purchase the property back at the sale price?
That would be one of the remedies, yes.
Are there other remedies?
We could work with them to get back into compliance with their contract. One of those ways is an extension.
And so the purchase price in 2016 was $2.5 million.
Correct.
So if we did not want to accept the 6-month extension, would we be able to purchase that property back at $2.5 million, or do we need that $2.5 million in the short term?
It's not needed in the short term, but monies have been set aside in an account to ensure that we have lease payments through 2020 for this building. And so the monies could be made available, but it would have to be in a very short-term basis.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but if the contract was to go into default and we would try to purchase it back at $2.5 million, our intent would be to try and turn around and sell it again. I mean, not to sit on it, but to find a willing buyer who would be willing to go vertical in a fixed amount of time, again, honoring the spirit and intent of our original action back in 2016.
And that's a policy decision for the council to make. So yes, if you wanted to turn it around and sell it, you could do that. If you wanted to look at public-private partnerships, if you wanted to do something for a city project, those would all be options that the council has available to them.
And do we have any idea how much the property has appreciated from the 2016 purchase price?
It's a clean parcel. There's no contamination, and I have not done a proposal on an appraisal on the parcel.
Okay, so it's not contaminated, it's flat, it's got zoning code in place, that it's ripe for development.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions or comments? Councilmember Freed?
Why was 12 months chosen, not 4 or 6?
Chosen by Main Street Properties?
Mm-hmm.
That was their request.
Oh, and why is staff recommendation to move forward with 12 months rather than countering back at 4 or 6?
We countered with 6. We're requesting 6.
I missed that.
So we're in the spirit of moving development along, which was the intent behind the development agreement. Staff is recommending 6, whereas Main Street Properties requested 12.
I was reading the dates wrong. I read August 8th, 2018. Perfect. Good job.
It's going to be a long night. Okay, any other comments or questions or motions?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, motion moved by Councilmember Agnew to authorize the city manager to sign the First Amendment to the development agreement in substantially the same form as presented. Why doesn't it say 6 months? I'm confused.
I'm sorry. Could you tell me who was the second on that?
Oh, I apologize. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you.
That the recommendation doesn't say 6 months?
Yeah, it says substantially the same form as presented. I just was curious about the language. All right, as long as everyone understands.
The recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Sandberg?
Well, as you might have guessed by my line of questioning, I'm going to be voting against the motion. we entered into this agreement with Main Street Properties in 2016 to get vertical development. And they're actually sitting on a couple of properties that are not going vertical, which does, as the city manager has explained, really violates the spirit of getting development moving in the city. And I feel we could, it sounds like we have the capacity, the financial capacity to buy it back if they're deemed in default and resell it, market it and resell it. So I think, you know, I'm not a real estate professional, but our market has definitely appreciated since 2016, especially for a flat, clean parcel. So for that reason, I'll be voting against the motion.
Councilmember McNeil.
Obviously, I'll be supporting my motion, but I actually look forward to helping them and get this project started so that we can get that project vertical and other projects in our downtown. And sometimes we need to work with the people that we're partnering with to make those things happen. So I'm looking forward to getting that project going.
Is that it? Okay. I'll be supporting the motion. While I agree the spirit of the original contract hasn't been carried out, I think 6 months is doable for me. Beyond that, I wouldn't be in support. So with that, let's cast our votes. Councilmember Spivey.
Never mind. On the next agenda item, I'll ask it.
Motion carries with Councilmember Sandberg in the negative and myself, Councilmembers Spivey, McNeil, Freed, and Agnew in the affirmative. Okay, moving on to AB 17093, Amendment to Lot P. P South Purchase and Sale Agreement. Recommended action, authorize the city manager to sign the first amendment to the purchase and sale agreement in substantially the same form as presented. Who would like to go first? Oh, let's have city manager present first.
I'm happy to just provide a quick overview. This is slightly different than the last item. So the last item was an extension to the development agreement because Main Street Properties has purchased the property of P North and they're the owners. P South, which is obviously right next to P North, is actually an amendment, a request to an amendment to the purchase and sale agreement. And so P South does have identified contamination. It was sold as is, and Main Street Properties assumed all responsibility and liability for that property. In the purchase and sale agreement, it was an 18-month purchase and sale agreement to provide Main Street Properties the opportunity to do their due diligence to determine if they wanted to purchase the property. We are at the end of that 18-month period. Contamination on the property, and they have made commitments to continue to seek the source of that contamination and to remediate it, and they'd like to do that during their 6-month extension prior to purchasing the parcel. And so they're asking for a 6-month, I'm recommending a 6-month extension for them to continue that due diligence and attempt to clean the property so they can also begin construction on this parcel.
Now, Councilmember Spivey.
Great, thank you. I guess more importantly on P South, how is this going to delay opening up access to those areas south of the stadium and to the stadium via the south entrance by delaying this?
So the developer of Lot L, which is the junction, that developer is constructing the Popkini Way roadway. So that is that access road that will ultimately lead to the south end of Popkini Stadium and the Anderson building. So the sale of P South won't impact it.
And does that include the development of the road that goes to the north and east around the half-acre park?
My recollection is that the Lot L agreement requires construction of at least a driving lane in that direction.
Okay. All right. I think that for not only for that project as well as the Anderson School and the stadium, anything we can do to not prolong the development or access to those areas, even if it's going to be under construction, still having access to those areas, I could support, as well as the fact that Main Street's doing, in their due diligence, doing cleanup on P South. I can support that. So thank you for answering my questions.
Anyone else? Councilmember Sandberg?
There was concern that Lot P South was, the contamination on that site was impacting the ability of the private property owner to the south to sell their property. Does that concern still exist?
No, it doesn't. That property's been sold, and the new property owner has not contacted the city in any way.
And if I walked over there today, and it looks like there's a development proposal board up for that property, which is a 79-unit multifamily housing. So that property then it sounds like it's moving forward.
Yes.
Regardless of the disposition of Lot P South. Okay. Thanks. That's all the questions I have.
Councilmember Freed?
Who is financially responsible for the cleanup of P South?
Currently, under the sale and purchase agreement, it would be Main Street Properties Group.
And if they fail to close, do we have to reimburse them for their cleanup in any form or fashion?
No.
Okay. So with this extension, there's no no further burden that we would be taking on as a city, rather just waiting for a closing to occur ultimately.
That's correct.
And so the carrying cost of this property would be borne by us continually.
Yes, because we're still the owners.
Would there be an opportunity for us to go back to the purchaser and be willing to grant this extension, but our carrying costs be borne by the purchaser? So 6-month extension, just purchaser is willing to pay interest costs for those 6 months.
If that's direction by the council, that's certainly something that can be, the sale and purchase agreement expired yesterday. It was extended by me by email for 1 day to today. And so we are on a bit of a time crunch on this, not at the city's fault, by the way. It was not dragged out by us. So I wouldn't know how to, I'm not quite sure how I would.
Yeah, you just say we're willing to grant the extension to December 12th, 2017 at the cost of a $10,000 extension. So
if the
buyers or purchasers certainly can purchase extensions to feasibility. It just lets us know further that you're in the game. But I guess if we know that and see active remediation going on or environmental cleanup, then maybe investment in itself. Do we have a date or a number what has been spent on environmental cleanup to date? Any estimate?
I don't believe they've done any. I think they've only looked at numbers and spent administrative analysis numbers, but they have given us Ernst money, which I believe is $150,000 to date. Right, the Ernst money. So it wasn't extensions. In the sale and purchase agreement, or purchase and sale agreement, there at each 6-month mark, they needed to make a contribution. I thought it was a total of $150,000. So and that is non-refundable. So they're already invested, and they haven't done any remediation. But again, they're willing to. They've assumed they would assume all liability for the property if they purchase it, and they're willing to do the remediation and cleanup during this period of time, not being owners. So to me, that was the commitment.
Yeah.
And is of assistance to the city, because quite frankly, if they choose not to move forward, the property will revert back to the city, and we will be fully liable for that parcel.
Sure.
And then we would have to clean it up. And so the give and take was we would give them the 6-month extension, and they would make a financial investment in the cleanup.
Does it actually, can you point out to where it actually says they're going to be commencing on the environmental cleanup?
We didn't include that in the amendment. That was something we discussed. That was the purpose of the 6-month extension. but it's not a contractual commitment on their part. It was a discussion that we had of why the extension was necessary.
Okay.
If council wants to give me any further direction and make a motion to include additional language in the agreement,
Yeah, if the reason for the extension is that they're going to be commencing on environmental cleanup, I'd like to see that there's that commitment to do so formally documented. I guess on the earnest money, the $150,000 or whatever estimate, is it sitting in escrow or is that deliverable to the seller, us?
it's an escrow.
It's an escrow. So sometimes you call it non-refundable, but when it goes to mediation, sometimes it gets divided. Just how sadly things roll. Okay, well, I appreciate you answering my questions. We'll see if there's a motion and move forward.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you. So if we grant a 6 months extension and nothing happens in that 6 months, what happens after that?
If the 6 months expires, the property remains the city's in the city's possession. We remain the owner, and the sale and purchase agreement expires.
Okay, and I thought I heard you say it's expiring today.
It did. It expired actually yesterday. I provided a one-day extension, and so if the council doesn't approve this extension tonight, the property will revert back to the city.
Okay.
Or revert back isn't right. The purchase and sale agreement expires, and the city remains the owner of the property.
Okay, so I agree with Councilmember Freed that I would like to see something in there, some language in there saying that they're going to be doing something during that 6 month period. My concern would be that we give a 6 month extension and nothing takes place. Like, and how long have they had the purchase and sale agreement so far? 12 months?
18.
They've already had it 18 months?
Correct.
And so we're giving another 6 months
Correct.
on top of that.
That's correct.
And so in 18 months, nothing has been done?
They've done some analysis of the contamination, but no work has been done to my knowledge. Has there been work done on P South? I don't believe so. Yeah.
Wow, okay. I'm okay for right now.
Okay, round two. Councilmember Sandberg.
I had a question for the applicant, if they're available to answer, which is what will you accomplish in the 6 month extension that you haven't accomplished in the 18 months so far?
Go to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Mark Betcher. I'm with the Main Street Property Group. And if the addresses are all well known, LKO P South. So P South, Councilmember McNeil, what we've accomplished in 18 months is actually pretty robust in my opinion from the city, who's been working to try and find the source and remediate this property. I believe the tab the city has spent is well over $1 million in conjunction with the work that the city has embarked on, unfortunately, unsuccessfully, to remediate this property. It's generated possibly in excess of 10,000 pages of documents that we've gone through. We've hired multiple consultants to run through it, come up with, to analyze, and try and create different scenarios on how to do this. As you all well can appreciate, environmental contamination, is an exceptionally complicated process to get through. How do you get through it? What is the process to satisfy the regulatory requirements? What we can, and our expectation is what we can accomplish in the next 6 months would be taking the information that we have compiled, utilizing, best available science with the information provided by the city and generated by our own consultants, is we would go in, remediate the soil, prove it as clean, so no further remediation would be required, and then close on the property.
Does anyone else have questions for the speaker? Councilmember Freed.
Mark, I appreciate your comments on this, and it must have been a frustrating process. 10,000 documents is a lot to review.
Yeah, it's makes it a little more challenging when, initially prior to an initial commitment of earnest money, that incomplete documents. Throughout this process, it's been clear that not all documents have been available to us, and these continue to kind of stream in as we continue to get a better and deeper understanding and appreciation for what we have here.
Not all documents. Are you saying that city has withheld documents? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying there's such a robust amount of data and information out there. I think connecting all the dots has been a challenge, and for me personally, and I had to rely on the professionals out there to confirm what all is available and what do we have.
The beautiful job of real estate development really is solving problems. So it sounds like you're in the midst of solving problems. It sounds like you are going to be moving forward with dirt work. Since you are you opposed to actually including some type of language that says Main Street property will be commencing on environmental cleanup on site?
I think the granting potentially in support of what the city manager, I would like to support her recommendation. There's a line in the sand, it sounds like to me, which you guys are all interested in, and what's been kind of onerous with a lot of these development agreements are these dates that have been, whether it's a review deadline date, and they kind of add an element of, they add challenge to these, and our commitment is in 6 months. We believe we can create a piece of property where the commencement of vertical construction is supportable.
Okay, cool. I believe I'm hearing your words that you're willing to move forward. You're stating you move forward. So just document that. Just seems to me an easy next step. Just document in here that you get a 6-month extension, and including in that, I want to put language in here that Main Street could agree to, because I think with investors and with the city, it's a collaborative process because we appreciate your investing in our city. Yet we also, as a master developer, which is the position we took on these school acres, we want to make sure that the projects are moving forward. And so 2 years is a very good amount of time to be able to hold a property in escrow ultimately, in limbo of moving forward. So we may, as a council, decide to put some type of language in there, and I hope that's not something you're opposed to, because it sounds like you're verbally already saying you're going to do that.
I don't know what kind of language you're proposing, Councilmember Freed, but if there was some sort of language in there, I would request you grant the city manager the opportunity to potentially extend it so we could evaluate and just make sure that we're comfortable with it. It's an uncomfortable position for us to be here and have to be in a situation like this for we want to continue the spirit and have successfully demonstrated, really great projects, and want to continue to do so.
Yeah, you've done a good job in investing in Bothell, so I appreciate that. Thanks, Mark.
Councilmember McNeil.
Mark, did I hear you say that the city has invested $1 million already in environmental cleanup on this property?
I cannot speak to the extent of the dollars committed to this property, but it's something that I was under the impression that may have, somebody else may be able to comment more appropriately.
So I believe, and I had this paper before, but I don't have it with me this evening, but I believe that P South in particular is about $750,000, but that whole area where the bus barn used to be, so it's P North, P South, and part of the Horse Creek Plaza now, what used to be called Half Acre Park, is in excess of $1 million that we have spent digging and hauling, and if I recall correctly, it's closer to $2 million just for that area.
And we did that work under the time frame or under the same time as the 18-month purchase and sale agreement?
No, that was prior to the 18 months. At that point in time, the city had decided that due to the law of diminishing returns, that it no longer made sense for us to continue spending money to chase the contamination on P South. So I believe we started that project in 2009 or 2010, and there were several years working with the school district in that area, but it was substantial city investment, and those parcels, that cleanup was done under the voluntary cleanup program as opposed to the agreed orders that we have along the Crossroads area and with the 2 dry cleaners. So there hasn't been the the state contribution for that cleanup that we've received for the other contamination remediation. So that is practically all city money that has been spent thus far.
Okay, and then Mark, you mentioned a 6-month time frame. Do you feel the site will be clean in 6 months to where you can go vertical?
I think it's a challenge for us to commit to going vertical 6 months from today because there's a lot of work to get it done. I think we can deliver a clean site in 6 months, but to set in conjunction with delivering a clean site in 6 months, in conjunction with that going vertical, I believe that would be exceptionally difficult.
So I'm taking it that there's been no preparation to go vertical in the 18 months.
We have numerous site plans that incorporate not only P South, but yes, we have numerous various studies and massings and plans that have been developed in preparation for going vertical.
Okay, so I'm going to run a scenario. 6 months, site's clean and ready to go. How long will it take you to go vertical?
I'd want to confirm, Councilmember McNeil, you appreciate that, architects, trades, even city staff, pre-apps right now are taking twice as long as they did even a month ago. So I think it would be, I'd like to take a minute to look at kind of timelines, talk to our teams prior to making some sort of commitment along those lines.
So I'm asking that question because I'm trying to do a timeline of when that area would be developed. And if we do a 6 months extension and we get cleaned up, we're ready to go, could it be another year before you go vertical? Or is it 6 months? Are you close enough to where you could get things lined up in 6 months? I'm just trying to get a gauge because that's going to lead me into the next question, which is, what happens if we just don't give the extension and we just let you do what you do?
In terms of the first part of your question, let's presume we're 6 months down the road. I think, we would want to evaluate everything that's happening around us to come up with, what is, you all, in the spirit of these development agreements, have wanted these deadlines for vertical, commencement, opening dates, et cetera. Prior to me putting something out there that, I want to make sure the entire team's on board with, I would, want to take the opportunity to think about that.
If you don't mind, we have a development agreement with Main Street Properties Group for this property, and so we have a construction start date that's 1 year from the date of the signing of the purchase and sale agreement. Of the closing of the development agreement. No, the closing of the purchase and sale agreement. Yes, sorry. From the date that we close the purchase and sale agreement, it's 1 year to start construction. So we already have all that laid out in the development agreement.
So if we go 6 months,
I've only had 7 of these development agreements.
So if we go 6 months from now, extension, site's clean, they got to go vertical in 12 months.
Correct.
So essentially, we're looking at an additional 18 months.
That's correct.
Additional 18 months from now.
Correct.
The question, yes.
And then if we don't do an extension to the purchase and sell agreement, what work would you guys continue to do work to continue to move forward?
On Parcel P South, without an extension on the purchase and sale agreement, I'd be hard pressed to believe we would, but again,
They can't because they don't have.
That's right.
They don't have an agreement to do so. The agreement will expire, and they can't. There's no legal mechanism for them to then do any work on the parcel. We'd have to negotiate a new purchase and sale agreement. So if you don't extend this tonight, everything ends, and we continue to own the property, and we have to decide what's next for the parcel. So one of the suggestions would be that if you want me to negotiate additional terms for the extension, that you authorize a 30-day or 45-day extension, which gives me the opportunity to go back, negotiate with Main Street, and come back to you with a longer extension based on some negotiating parameters that you give me.
Okay, yeah, I'm just, the time frame is a little concerning. And I understand Main Street has been a great partner downtown, doing great things. But one of the things that we hear from this community a lot is, why are we not going vertical with these buildings? Why are we not getting our downtown done? And for me, I'm having a really hard time, and you know my background as well is in construction. I'm having a really hard time not understanding why we're not farther along in 18 months. And I can understand you had other projects that took priority. But this particular project, I think, warrants an 18-month, and now we're going to go another 18 months. That's 3 years of having this project tied up. So thank you, Mark. I appreciate it.
If I may. In your studies of trying to wrap your head around the cleanup, is there anything there that prevents you from designing the project while you do the cleanup? Because
we have numerous schematic level designs, but to then take a project into DD or CD without having a known clean site is something, it's kind of the chicken and the egg. And so, no, we don't have a CD level set of drawings for this project at the moment.
Well, I know you don't have a CD level set of drawings. My question is, the soil is not preventing you from designing the project. And so therefore it makes me wonder if your commitment to the project is preventing you from designing the project.
No, I mean, I think there are design parameters that we agreed to in the development agreement that we've committed to, and whether or not we have CDs or not today, I don't necessarily appreciate how that shows our commitment to the project. Our commitment has been to understanding and trying to work to come up with a clean site so that we could go vertical.
So you're saying it's, for you, it's a matter of doing a linear process. First clean, then design. And I guess I'm questioning if your commitment is to clean up the project in the next 6 months and then build.
That's our intent.
My question is why you couldn't do some of those activities simultaneously. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Because it's not like we're removing bedrock or something. So I guess that's just something that I question because, there's a certain amount of pressure on us to get these developed, and we're counting on you, and you signed an agreement in multiple places, and they're falling through, and it starts to impact our credibility as well.
Oh, I can appreciate that, and I don't necessarily understand the full scope of what's happening down on Main Street surrounding parcels, but we've demonstrated with Six Oaks and the Junction and a couple other pieces, and want to continue to be that that relationship that you can rely on, and of the groups that I think you work with, I think we've proven that you can rely on us, and then we'll be there and get to where we all want this beautiful, rapidly growing downtown to be.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, where are we? Dell? I'm sorry, Councilmember Spivey. It's getting late.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for being willing to stand up at the podium and kind of get bombarded here. I really appreciate the fact that you guys have gone to the extent you have to go through the analytics of the data that's been collected on the city's dime. We're trying to do the due diligence of cleaning up. I appreciate you guys trying to, look at that data and try and figure out how can we solve this problem. I also appreciate how you brought some great projects into town, and you've essentially been a leader on the private side of the private-public partnership here in the downtown redevelopment, and I want to thank you for that. So I get where you're coming from. I know that you got to look out for you guys, and I think there's a way that we can collaboratively memorialize your intent with this extension. I think we can do that, and I think we can probably do it within a reasonable amount of time. And unless there's somebody else that'd like to speak, I have a motion.
I think you have the floor.
All right. Then I would move to authorize the city authorize an extension to ending June 27th to Main Street Properties, so that an extension to December 11th can be crafted that memorializes Main Street Properties' commitment to the cleanup of P South during this extension period.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think this is a middle ground. I believe we're looking at unfortunately I won't be able to attend, but we're looking at a meeting on the 27th of this month. I think that's a reasonable amount of time for the city manager and Main Street Properties to get together and craft an extension to December 11th that was being asked for, and to come up with language to memorialize that intent of what they say they're going to do, to be able to memorialize it in this extension. And it's just, this is the gap, the filler between now and then, so that that work can be done. And I think I take Main Street Property at their word, and I know the city manager will do a great job. So let's get the things that people, those of us at the dais, have asked for, to have that put in that extension to memorialize it, but give a little time so that we can get the verbiage right and bring it back and have that full extension to December 11th. I think Main Street's been a great partner with us, and this is a property that we kind of threw our hands up with on trying to find this contamination. I think it's only fair that we give them this extension so that we can move on and try and get the environmental remediation handled in the best way possible. And I appreciate that Main Street's willing to do that, and I want to thank them for being willing to do that. And I think this this extension to December 27th till we get to the longer extension to the end of the year, I think that's the appropriate thing to do. So, and I want to just say thank you to all.
Councilmember Freed.
Totally agree. I'll speak to the second. I would like to see this come back on the 27th. I would like to see earnest money released as a show of support. So the $150,000 or whatever the amount it is with an escrow, release some of that to us, the seller, so we can see further investment. At the decision or point that we came to a year and a half ago to sell this property, we thought it best for the developer to move forward with the cleanup of the property, because as Davina, we're on first name basis tonight, was stating, and I appreciate your position that you took, the best person to do this environmental cleanup is the developer, because they can do it in conjunction with a building permit, because if a foundation's going in, they can excavate that soil out and put a foundation in as the site is cleaned up. So those two are going hand in hand. And the fact that preparation in 18 months hasn't gone toward that with CD plans is a surprise. I appreciate your position on that. So look forward to seeing some agreement comes forward. This would be, as Councilmember McNeil said, there should be a 3-year holding of property, which property value could have increased 30 to 40% over that period of time, but yet we're paying in arrear, or a price that was agreed to many years ago. So we have to be convinced that this is a good idea to move forward, rather than reevaluate where we are and find a potentially new buyer at an additional market value. But you know, sometimes it's best to stick with the team that you've been riding with the whole way. So hopefully we can find agreement to do that on the 27th, and I think we can.
Councilmember Sandberg.
I look to the Safeway Shag project that's under construction right now. They are doing excavation property line to property line. And so I agree with what Councilmember Freed has said, that we could, in all likelihood, find another partner, another developer, who would deal with the contamination at the same time of construction. And so I think that potential is very real and exists. Yes, we have had some contamination problems with that property, but again, I think it can be dealt with a developer who is ready to move forward. And I feel like we've extended, we've offered a very generous due diligence period, and the Main Street hasn't moved forward. And so I'm not willing to, I'm going to be voting against the motion. I appreciate the work that will go forward if this motion passes to make the contract stronger. I appreciate the development that Main Street has done so far in the city, but Main Street has profited from their development. They make decisions to make money, as they should. And so I feel that the city could move forward with remarketing this property at increased property values and find a partner to go vertical on this sooner. So I'm going to be voting no.
Councilmember Agnew.
I too will be voting no. I think the city spent over $1 million in cleaning up this property, and Main Street has had it for the last 18 months and hasn't come anywhere near that. I think Main Street, and I appreciate everything Main Street has done for the city. I appreciate the junction. I appreciate Six Oaks. I appreciate all the development you've done. But as Councilmember Sandberg said, you've made money on it. There's no question about that, and rightly so. But I'm not going to support this.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. I reluctantly will also not be supporting this. I value our partnerships, but the one thing that bothers me the most is the time duration, and I'm hoping that there's the possibility that the city manager and Main Street can get together and figure something out, whether that be a new purchase and sell agreement or something. But to me, I feel like we've put this out there for a long time. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Oh, man. Can I have a 5-minute break now? I'm really torn about this. It probably doesn't matter how I vote because I think it'll be 3-3. I would actually, I think, be in support of the changes as recommended by Councilmembers Spivey and Freed. I think there has been time put into the project. I'm disappointed that we haven't had concurrent work going on. And I don't know what the reason is for that. I don't know if we're overcommitted in Bothell or project-wise, but that's a concern for me. However, I'd like to work it out. So I'll be supporting the motion. Councilmember Spivey.
May I speak to my motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course you may.
Pardon?
Of course you may.
Oh, thank you. Obviously, I'll be supporting this. We're dealing with a contaminated piece of property. I don't know how easy it is to just start construction on contaminated property. I'm not in that business, but it seems to me that Main Street's been doing what they can. Yes, there's things that if you know where the source is, if you say, yeah, the source is here, we can dig that out and put our foundation in there, then yeah, I see where maybe they could have been doing things to go vertical while the cleanup was going on. But we're not sure where the source is, so how can they do that? And so I just, I'm supporting somebody that's been a good partner with us in the city in this environmental cleanup. The things that are, we talk about being good stewards of the slough and doing and buying property to help, the waters of the Sammamish River and stuff, and yet until we can get to the source of this environmental problem to clean this up, it's just going to go there and contaminate. And you can't go vertical and say, oh, we're going to just dig it out when we do our foundation until you know where it's at. And I think they're doing yeoman's work, and the fact that don't know where it's at is one of the things that's hindering them from going vertical. And I don't know that anybody would make that kind of investment until they know what's going on. So I'm sticking behind them. I'm going to support them because I know that I couldn't go run a project forward until I knew, for sure where something was, so that I could go vertical. And to expect somebody to do so otherwise, I find it disappointing. And but I'm going to support my motion.
Councilmember Freed.
I would just ask the members of the left side of this dais to join the people on the right side of this issue. No, I thought that's funny. You guys could smile. I think giving 2 weeks to further this discussion is worth the time. We spent 18 months to this point. If we could find an agreement that allows us as a council to sit and consider this on the 27th, an ability to move forward, because if we do fall out of contract, any new applicant coming to this point will have to go through 10,000 pages of their own and potentially a year in itself and process. So sometimes it's a frustrating thing sitting in our seat, looking at 18 months going by and a potentially additional 18 months. But then we also have to consideration going back out to market, listing it public, and making sure that multiple parties come forward that we would interview or consider, making a decision, that purchase and sale agreement, and then giving a feasibility time frame and also a closing time frame. So my hope for those who've already stated no is that you might take reconsideration to allow for 2 weeks to come back for this to be reconsidered as a council. Thanks.
And Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not sure how it's going to turn out, but on the chance that it passes, it would perhaps maybe be a better idea to extend it to the 28th or 29th or 30th, so that if it's discussed and passes on the 27th, it gives us time to then enter signatures on the following day.
That's a great point. Councilmember Spivey.
I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Yes. Or the last business day of the month.
Okay. Would you mind restating your motion?
Sure. Move to authorize an extension to the last business day of the month to Main Street properties, so that an extension to December 11th that would include a memorialization of Main Street properties' commitment to the cleanup of P South during this extension period, or something along that lines.
That's great. Works for me. Okay. Shall we cast our votes for the motion as stated? Okay. Motion passes. I don't know. I didn't hear. Councilmember Agnew.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting till 10 o'clock.
Wait, we can't vote on it until I say this, right? I won't remember. Okay, previous motion carries with council members Spivey, McNeil, Freed, and myself in the affirmative, and council members Agnew and Sandberg in the negative. Now, to the motion of extending the meeting till 10 o'clock. Did we have a second? Do we need a second?
Second. We need to vote in 6 seconds.
Okay, go. It's very businesslike when you say go. Motion passes unanimously with the mayor absent and excused. Okay. Moving on. If memory serves, we're now at the public hearing portion of our meeting. And the first agenda item in the public hearings is AB 17089, public hearing regarding the 2016-17 Miscellaneous Downtown Code Amendment, Part 1. And here to present from staff is Mr. David Boyd.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Deputy Mayor, do you need to open the public hearing?
Yes, I do. How do I do that? I hereby open the public hearing. That wasn't in my script. Thank you for the reminder.
So, thank you. This is part one of a package of miscellaneous downtown code amendments. So tonight, I've listed them here on this slide, but we're really only dealing with one of those items tonight, the building height measurement method that's used in downtown. Currently, the downtown plan calls for a building envelope, which is basically an extrusion from the grade of the slope. So it creates a slope top box that's the building envelope, which has proven problematic for both applicants and reviewers. It's difficult to convey, it's difficult to design to in many situations, and oftentimes from the reviewer's angle, it's difficult to understand if projects are complying fully with that. Applicants also need to comply and apply the International Building Code method in addition to the downtown plan method, which can also be confusing for both applicants and reviewers. Sets of plans have multiple, or at least two different maximum building heights identified on the plans. And slope sites pose challenges. The intent was to have buildings that step down on slope sites, but the points where buildings need to step down with this slope top box don't always make sense from a construction or building design or layout perspective. Here's one example of how that sometimes results in not the optimal building design. This is an early design for a building on Beardsley Boulevard, where in the image illustration in the upper right, the current height limit would require lopping off the one half of that floor, stepping down. Well, that may not seem so bad initially, but basically what it does is these are all double-loaded corridors, so you're giving your prime view to the corridor on that top floor. Using the IBC method and devising a flat top box would produce something like the illustration in the bottom right that enables developers to build out full floor plates and take better advantage of the site. And the height of the building relative to the housing upslope, and in most cases, on almost all cases in downtown, the single-family residential housing that we're trying to protect is upslope. That remains the same, or could even be lower using the International Building Code method. So to illustrate that, these are some illustrations of the City Hall block hotels and how the current height limit plays out, and how the citywide method and how the IBC method plays out. So in this case, the developer is considering modular construction that would speed construction and reduce construction impacts, but it does have a higher floor-to-floor height because each module essentially has a floor and a ceiling roof construction. So the schematic below is of the elevation on Bothell Way, and with that slope top box and the modular construction, plus the requirement that the ground floor have a 14-foot floor-to-ceiling height minimum, that creates a tall ground floor. It creates a very generous lobby area here in the lower right of the illustration. But with our current height limit, it would not allow the full 5 stories that would be allowed with that modular construction. So moving on, the method that we use in the rest of the city basically draws a rectangle around the floor plate and averages the midpoints of each side. That just barely creates enough height for this, the modular design of the hotel to be accommodated. But that would still create a situation where we'd have applicants having to design to both the IBC height method for building code compliance and this method that we use in the rest of the city for zoning compliance. So our proposal is to simplify that whole process, streamline the process, make it easier for both applicants and reviewers, and use the IBC method. And on this particular site, this has a little more fine-grained way of calculating the average grade plane, where you take multiple points, all of the outside corner, or actually all of the corners of the building around the site, and then project up from that with the height limit. The height limits remain the same that we have established in the code. We're just changing the measurement method. So you can see this provides, on this particular site, because of the way it slopes up toward the back, toward the City Hall building, it does create ample room then for the modular construction for the hotel. And I would like to thank the hotel architect, Dan Baggin, who's here tonight, for providing these illustrations. So in terms of the code changes, we would replace the reference to the current method in 1264.202C with a simple reference to the IBC method of measuring vertical distance from the average grade plane to the average height of the highest roof surface. Another advantage of the IBC method is it doesn't really favor sloped roof buildings over flat top buildings. It goes to the average height of that highest roof plane. And we would just modify the diagram in the code to reflect that, but not give the full explanation of the IBC method, basically refer to the IBC so that if that changes, we don't have to change the downtown plan. So with that, I welcome any questions. And at that point, council can open up for public testimony if there is anything, deliberations, a move to vote to close the public hearing, and then a move to approve the recommended action and a vote. And then on the right here, there is an illustration from the IBC illustrated guide of a very simple building and how that average grade plane is calculated. So, thank you.
Thank you. Council questions? Councilmember Spivey.
Great, thank you. So Dave, I thought I heard you say that using the IBC method, we would not see any change in the upslope height. In fact, we might even see a reduction in the upslope height. Is that correct?
Yeah, it all depends on the particular site and the configuration of the building that establishes that average grade plane.
But to the best of your knowledge, running different situations, that tends to hold true as far as you can tell.
Yes. I also should point out that we would retain the special building height setback provisions in the code that say that when you're up against single-family housing, you can only go up 35 feet, and then you have to set back 65 feet before you go up to the full height limit.
All right, good, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Sandberg?
Why does an applicant need to calculate building height using both the IBC method and whatever building height calculation the city chooses to impose?
Because when they submit building permit drawings, they have to meet both the IBC code, which is reviewed by our building division, and the zoning code, which is reviewed by our planners.
Okay. I mean, so is that the case throughout the entire city, that anytime anybody builds a building, they have to calculate height using an IBC method and the zoning code method?
It's an issue for any commercial development that has to go that falls under the IBC compliance. It is not as an issue for single-family residential or smaller scale residential projects.
And could the applicant excavate the site to achieve the desired maximum number of stories? Looks like we're like right at 2 to 3 feet difference. So could they excavate and still be able to attain their additional stories?
Only,
or not the additional story, the maximum allowed stories.
Well, what we want, they're required to do ground floor retail on this front facade. So and depressing that would create significant challenges in terms of accessibility to those ground floor. So we have a minimum height for that ground floor to provide successful retail space, and they really do need to follow the grade of the sidewalks for accessibility.
And do the downtown regulations specify a minimum floor height for the first floor, or is that just industry standard?
That's in the downtown zoning code for this situation for ground floor retail.
Okay. So when I read the staff report, you say that we're being asked to make these changes to downtown building height calculation because we decided previously that we put that on the docket, and you said to accommodate the hotel group. But when I went back and looked at the docket that we approved on March 21st, it says that what we approved was changing the method for measuring building height because this was an ongoing challenge for the developer of Gateway South. There was no mention of any problem with building height calculation on the City Hall hotel site. So, and it looks like Gateway South is already moving forward. That's all under construction?
No, Gateway South, the last of 4 phases of the Village of Beardsley Crossing is under construction, well under construction, but Gateway South has not started construction. And that developer is now looking at doing a townhome style construction that wouldn't need, that may not be as affected by this. The illustrations that I showed you were from an early proposal for apartment construction on that site. But I believe that if not in the staff report at the docketing, that we were aware of the challenge that the hotels were having with the modular construction at that point. But the underlying reason is that it's continued to be an issue all along, both for applicants and for reviewers. And we think this is a perfectly valid way to measure the building height. It's a method that they have to use anyway for compliance with the building code. So it would streamline the process and still, I think, provide a good result.
Well, I guess, you show us the picture that, the current calculation method is difficult for these sloped properties. But when I look out there, it's about as flat as a property can get.
The City Hall block?
Right along the property, right along the Multiway Boulevard. I mean, even on the diagram, it shows like it's a, 6-foot drop over whatever it is, 200 to 300 feet.
Correct. And that's exactly the challenge that they're having at the top end there with the modular construction.
So they could achieve everything they need if we were to, instead of adopting the IBC method, if we adopted the method that we use for the entire city.
That would work for the hotel project. It wouldn't solve the underlying problem of having both developers and applicants have to review 2 different ways of measuring maximum building height. we think that it would probably make sense to consider at least applying the IBC method citywide, but that would need to be initiated by council and require some further study.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Anyone else? Councilmember Freed, you looked like you were wondering.
Great. No, I have a couple questions. One on the rendering that you're showing us here. As I recall, don't we have a requirement for 30 foot from door to door to door for retail along the boulevard?
Yeah, and this is a very schematic elevation, and we've talked that the need for
Pedestrian
articulation.
connectivity or whatever?
Yeah.
I remember if you can't see the door, you don't really want to walk to it. So, okay, so that's going to be a requirement still on this frontage.
Yeah.
That's great. And if you can go all the way back, maybe 10, 12 slides ago, where it showed the rendering of the two properties over by the Gateway site, why is there so much greenery with long sidewalks going from the right-of-way to the front of the building?
And this is in the general downtown corridor district that has a minimum 15-foot front setback.
Okay, so that would be like a 15-foot landscape front setback. No retail requirements there?
Not there.
Oh, that's good.
In fact, it's not allowed there.
And so the right-of-way stops probably 1 foot or 6 inches in the back of the sidewalk?
We measure the setbacks from the back of sidewalk.
Back of sidewalk here. Okay, great. No, that's great. Makes sense.
So I'm totally in favor, actually, of just doing the IBC throughout the city. As a design professional, I can tell you, every city having a different set of rules is really hard to keep track of, and it creates a lot of work. And I think it's also always a good thing when we can expedite and make our processes in the city more smooth and efficient. It saves staff time. So I'm all in favor of the recommended action. Does anybody have a motion or comments or more questions? Councilmember Sandberg. Councilmember Freed.
I'm just going to go straight to a motion to move with the staff recommended action on the presentation this evening.
I'm sorry, this is a public hearing, so we need to see if we have anybody in the audience who wants to make
Would be
public
a
comment.
good thing to do.
Yeah.
Even though there was nobody
there
signed
was-
up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. When you said no speaker signed up, I assumed that was that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, we
Would
could call
anyone
for it
like
just
to
make sure.
speak? Going once, going twice. Okay. So with that,
And then should
we
be a
have
motion to
closed
close
the public hearing
We
first.
don't have to close the public hearing, but we can. Obviously, if my motion passes, it closes the public hearing.
City Attorney, do you have a preference for how we do this?
I don't, but Councilmember Freed is correct.
Okay,
You can do it either way.
Great. So we have a motion by Councilmember Freed. Did I hear a second?
Second?
Councilmember Spivey, seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I appreciate Dave's presentation. I thought it was well put together, thoughtful. Appreciate the applicants and coming forward and continue to see investment in the vision that the citizens of Bothell came up with some 12 years ago. It's fun to be able to see it move forward. It's been a collaborative, good process, and I love to see 2 new projects move to be a further part of our city and new citizens potentially moving here in the near future. Thanks.
Councilmember Sandberg.
I'd like to make an amending motion that we change the building height calculation to the calculation that is used citywide already. So it was one of the options presented by staff, but not the recommended action.
No second.
Then I'll speak to the underlying motion. I'm going to be voting against this motion. I have a concern about using a calculation that we don't use over the rest of the city. In the staff report, the staff said that we would bring additional illustrations presented at the public hearing. So we're talking about making a change, not just to accommodate this property, but to accommodate all of everything in downtown without analyzing how that building height calculation change would impact other parcels. And staff has said that they would actually like the IBC method to be used citywide. And so we haven't analyzed that impact. We are making this decision based on this one property. And I think that we could have accommodated, well, according to staff, we would have definitely accommodated their need to build more cheaply with this modular design had we adopted the building height calculation that we currently have in existence. And I'm also a little bit, I'm concerned about the lack of long-term analysis and impacts on what this zoning code would change would affect. Because we're looking at it rather myopically, just in the context of this one property. And regarding the change in building height calculation in the first place, there was a logic to the way we proposed calculating a building height that exists now, and that was largely to minimize a canyon effect of multi-story buildings and also to preserve downtown character. We had a lot of conversation about building height in downtown, and so we're essentially abandoning that. And now we're going to be using a new calculation, not just now in downtown, but likely in the future to be done citywide, which brings me to my final point, which is, why are we doing this? We're doing this to accommodate the property owner at hand and potential property owners in advance. But, if we weren't the property owner who sold the land to the hotel group, would we even be considering this code language change? I made the comment before that there is a conflict when cities act as master developers, when we own and zone property. And we don't own this property anymore, but we certainly are motivated to ensure that the development is a success so that we can show that our decision to buy and then sell the property was the right one. So I'm not opposed to raising building heights. One could argue that we're just talking about a few feet anyway, but I'm concerned about the process that we've taken. So for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Any other comments? So did you make an amending motion?
It failed for lack of second.
Okay. Must sleep at the wheel. Okay, so back to the motion made by Councilmember Spivey, seconded by Freed. Oh, Freed Spivey. Apologies. So let's vote on the main motion to pass the recommended action. Motion passes with Councilmember Sandberg in the negative and Councilmembers Spivey, McNeil, Freed, Agnew, and myself in the affirmative, with Mayor Reum absent and excused. Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Okay, so I get to use the gavel again and open the public hearing regarding clustering and tree retention. And here to present, who we haven't seen for a really long time, is Mr. Blackburn.
And it was not purposeful, I can guarantee you.
And yet it's the same topic.
Well, not quite, but close. As you identified, this is a public hearing regarding a clustering and tree retention code amendment that is basically to kind of look at a couple of provisions of the code. Now, the purpose of tonight is, of course, to receive a presentation on the Planning Commission recommendation regarding these code amendments. You can ask questions of staff, and we actually have a commission member, Chair Vliet, is here to provide some provisions. Receive some public testimony. Of course, the idea would be to close the public hearing, have council deliberations on the Planning Commission recommendation, and you have a number of options, and I went ahead and put them on the chart so that you could kind of take a look at those. The council can certainly adopt the draft ordinance and the PC recommendation within your packet. You could amend the PC recommendation and adopt an amended ordinance. You can adopt a portion of the Planning Commission recommendation, for example, the clustering provision or the tree retention provisions. And it basically would be modifying attachments 2, 3, and 4 to your packet. You could remand part or all of the Planning Commission recommendation back to the Commission to look at some specific areas of features or certain provisions the Council would like to explore further. Or you can, of course, continue the hearing to a date certain to have specific direction to staff, providing specific directions to staff to look for information or changes the Council may desire to look at. Now, there's two components to the Planning Commission recommendation. Of course, the first is the creation of a citywide clustering mechanism that is based largely upon the Fitzgerald 35th Southeast Subarea Plan regulations within BMC 1252, which allows reduced lot areas in exchange for the preservation of open space. And of course, the Council will remember very well those provisions that were approved back in December of 2016. The second part of this is amendments to the city's tree retention regulations of Bothell Municipal Code 1218, specifically 030, including an increase in the percentage of significant tree diameter inches that must be preserved from the current 10% to a 20%. Now, even though these are kind of linked together because they talk about trees, they are two distinct code amendments involving two separate sections of the code. Now, there's a number of comprehensive plan policies that support the Planning Commission recommendation. And remember, this is an implementing code amendment which, according to the Growth Management Act, must be consistent with and implement the comprehensive plan. And of course, that's just a partial of that provision. There's a number of policies within the Imagine Bothell Comprehensive Plan that call for retention of existing trees, including policies within a number of plan area-wide elements, including the land use and the urban design, and within several sub-area plans, such as the Shelton View and the Brickyard Road sub-areas. Now, the Planning Commission recommendation regarding the clustered PUD, and that's basically what we'd be looking at here, is based largely upon the Fitzgerald 35th Avenue Southeast sub-area provisions. And that includes use of the plan unit development process. And again, remember, the plan unit development process is kind of like an overlay of zone where certain modifications are allowed to the city-wide zoning regulations. Implements the same bonus lot incentives that the council adopted back in December. Applies the same lot area and lot circle modifications, adopts the same road reduction modifications, and uses a similar hierarchical preference to the type of open space to be preserved. The Planning Commission is recommending a few amendments to the Fitzgerald provisions to reflect more of a citywide application, including we do have 5 different single-family residential zoning classifications that we have to accommodate within the regulation. The Planning Commission is also recommending that the regulations require that all clustered PUDs provide at least 10% of the net buildable area as open space. Another change would be to ensure that open space be limited to passive use only, such as trails, benches, picnic tables, and would prohibit facilities such as shelters, playgrounds, surface water vaults, and other type of more active type uses. One of the other features of the Planning Commission recommendation is to allow attached housing products like townhouses or duplexes when significant amounts of open space, 40% or more of the net buildable area, is preserved. But part of that would be to require a wider 30-foot perimeter setback around the plan unit development, as well as add a Type 3 landscape buffer. And again, as we've kind of looked at in the past, and everyone kind of has a pretty good feel for it, this is basically a standard subdivision and an illustration of that, showing how and this is of course an R9600 area, but basically the concept is you apply a specific lot circle and lot area, and essentially what you do is you fill up the net buildable area, which is that shown in blue, and of course this shows in orange the preservation of the 10% required tree retention of the tree retention regulations. That basically this is kind of how we are developing as we exist today. The PC recommendation on the clustered PUDs, again, very similar to what we did in Fitzgerald, would essentially have a situation where for a number of bonus lots, you would get quite a bit of open space preserved, as well as preserving a lot more trees within that area. For this example is about 26% of the net buildable area is preserved as open space, whereas the previous provision where would be no preservation of the net buildable area. The Planning Commission did have most of their decisions by consensus. However, there was one issue that required a motion and a formal vote, and that was essentially the prohibition of active uses within, like playgrounds and shelters and storm vaults within lands dedicated as open space. The Planning Commission majority preferred that that be more of a passive type of use, like trails and picnic tables and things that are very, very natural and kind of matched more the vision that they believed was important for the clustered PUDs. Now I'm going to go on to the tree retention regulations as well. Essentially what we do is in the city of Bothell, we measure a significant tree that has a trunk diameter of 8 inches or more, and it's measured 4 feet above ground. This illustration shows a tree that happens to be 20 inches in diameter. That's basically the basis of the provisions of the regulations. Let's say a site has 10 20-inch diameter trees, and would be basically a total of 200 diameter inches of trees. 10% of those tree diameter inches has to be preserved, which basically means a 20-inch diameter tree, or one tree, could provide that protection. The Planning Commission recommendation would increase that minimum from 10% to 20% diameter inches of the site. They would also, however, provide some special provisions within some areas of the city, our activity centers, to have the regulation at 15% and add a little bit more flexibility. Again, we're trying to create compact, walkable urban neighborhoods within those zones, and sometimes requiring the preservation of large amounts of trees kind of may be contrary to that. The Planning Commission also would place a tougher restriction on the requirement that if you remove a tree without permission, you have to replace it with a very large tree instead of a small tree, a very large tree. One of the other features of the Planning Commission recommendation would be to count trees within the net buildable area, and that would be the only trees that would be counted for the tree retention provisions. Now, it's based upon a code interpretation that was done a number of years ago by the Community Development Director, where he actually did that interpretation, and that's kind of what we've been applying. This would essentially put that interpretation into the regulations. One of the other features of this recommendation, of course, is to clarify some of the criteria the Director of Community Development uses when evaluating which trees to retain. And one of the features that is kind of important here is that the regulations were kind of reorganized a little bit. What we found is that, as often happens a lot of times, you have a lot of little different amendments that happen to a code and regulation, and it just got really, really kind of complex and difficult to review. And I've just got a bunch of illustrations here that are in your packet. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but essentially what this does, this just shows the different percentages of retention on a small piece of property, as well as on and how you would develop it, how that would basically happen. The orange, of course, would be the 10%. The green would be the orange and the green would be 15%, and the orange, green, and blue would be the 20% recommendation of the Planning Commission. This is this is a multi-family residential site. I just decided to do one of those as well, again, to show approximately where those trees would be preserved. And this is one of those fake, basically faux sites that we created as part of the Fitzgerald. We used a lot of these in the Planning Commission discussions as well. And again, the concept would be the orange trees would be the existing 10%. The 2 green additional trees would be going to 15%. And then the orange, green, and blue would be at 20% retention. And this just shows, again, the same site where basically what the current would be the orange, the green, and the blue. One of the most difficult aspects of the Planning Commission when they were doing this project was that tree retention percentage and what to assign that as. And it was a pretty tough vote of 4-3 to go to the 20% versus the 15%. Generally, the Planning Commission was supportive universally of going to an increase of 15% as a one way to preserve additional trees. However, in the deliberations, they identified that they the majority of the 4 basically identified they would much prefer to go to a 20%. They looked at some of the information. Of course, we have David Vliet who can give a little bit more background on that. But the concept was that after they looked at all the information, they said, it just makes sense to go to a little higher number there. So I'm going to end that at that point, because my voice is leaving me, and basically invite, of course, the council to take some public comment, have some questions, deliberation, and then again go through those options that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment? Please come up and introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes. And thank you for staying so long.
Hi, Mike Hughes. I'm a Bothell citizen. We've been looking forward to clustered housing now for over 15 years. In that meantime, we probably lost how many hundreds or thousands of acres that have been stripped. So I'm wholeheartedly in favor of clustered housing. I have 2 parcels now that I'm trying to develop. Would love to see the developer recommend clustered housing. I'm a little bit concerned about the tree retention situation. I'm in favor of clustered housing, but I see a very specific plan that will be applied to many different situations. And I just ask that there be some leniency so that when we come in, when a developer comes in, I'm just the landowner who's going to sell his property. But when the developer comes in, that he be given a little leniency. Again, we have all these codes and all these regulations. We have a very broad brush, and they're applied to very specific situations. So, I mean, in my instance, I have a couple of gorgeous 36-inch cedar trees that I would love to see saved. Could easily be saved, but we have to move the street just a little bit. You know, most probably a developer may come in and say, yeah, we'll just cut them down. We don't want to fool with it. But I would love to see the tree retention situation looked at a little closer. Wholeheartedly in favor of the clustered housing, and finally glad that the city of Bothell has come to their senses and tried to save some of the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go into council questions and deliberation, I have a recommendation that we uncouple clustering and tree retention. I feel like they're both really huge issues, and I'm afraid of cross-contaminating while we're talking and getting really confused. And in fact, I would recommend we postpone talking about tree retention altogether, but I'm open to hearing what the rest of council thinks. Councilmember Freed.
Clarity, I misheard, I think, maybe your first 2 sentences. You want to decouple them, is that what I understand?
I said uncouple.
Uncouple, okay.
Yeah. Just so that we can talk about cluster. I mean, I know there's some overlap, but they're both 2 huge beasts, and I thought maybe it would be easier to tackle one at a time, and potentially we've gotten a lot of feedback in terms of the tree retention policy. I would like actually myself to see it go back and have some stakeholder and environmental group conversation similar to what we did with Fitzgerald, because I want something that works. I don't want something that feels good but accomplishes nothing. Councilmember Sandberg.
I'm okay with talking about clustering first. That seems to be the less controversial topic. But in my mind, the point of combining or thinking about tree retention and clustering simultaneously is that when you're clustering to get more open space, the quality of that open space is significantly improved if we're retaining trees. So I'd hate for us to pass an ordinance on clustering and then months later decide on the tree retention.
No, that portion makes sense to me, and that makes sense to have a conversation in that context, but I'm just trying to tackle, can't even begin to think how to try to moderate a discussion that encompasses both of those at the same time, if that makes sense. So are we okay with at least starting talking about clustering, and if it bleeds over a little, we'll try to wrangle it? Councilmember Spivey.
I think having separating them and talking about clustering, I think that's actually ends up being a rather quick conversation. And then, and maybe the way to tackle it is, if you are looking at sending it back, then we can have that conversation and have a consensus on the clustering, but I agree with Councilmember Sandberg that we should probably wait till there's a decision made, if you're going to send it back, and have the stakeholders and environmentalists come to a consensus. I think holding off to have a vote on both of them at the same time, we can have consensus and wait for the vote. But I think having the vote so that we're marrying them together, the way Councilmember Sandberg was saying, I know it postpones it a bit, and that is an option up here. So I could support that, or we could just send it back and deal with it all, and have the stakeholders and environmentalists come back. When they come back with something, then deal with it together.
Could I ask a question of staff, please? So in your opinion, is uncoupling them, does that make sense, or does it make sense for them to remain together, and what are the factors that play into postponing them both?
Well, and one of the things that happened is it's kind of interesting because we have a unique situation because we did a lot of work on clustering in part of the Fitzgerald, and we just have taken that provisions and put them into a citywide regulation. There actually are criteria on what type of open space would be preserved, with number one being intact forest. And so there would be that tree retention provision as part of the clustering, as well as some restored forest and some of those other kind of activities. So that's actually a hierarchical list of things that we would prefer to do. That could be almost independent of how many percentage of tree retention had to occur. What we envision, and this has been one of the things that we think would be here, is that we think the clustering is going to be a real sea change in how we do single family. That's going to make the retention of trees much easier. Instead of having to fill up the entire net buildable area with lots, we can make those much smaller and have these large areas where you could have a large preservation of trees or some type of other vegetation.
So if I heard you correctly,
I'm sorry, yes, it makes sense. I'm sorry.
It makes sense. Okay, because tree retention is different with clustering than it would be in a typical development.
It is a little bit, and primarily because what we envision is that the tree retention will be more like for our multifamily and commercial areas than we think the clustering will take over the retention for single family areas.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is the open space is requiring tree retention in that open space that already exists.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Okay. So does that make sense, everybody? Councilmember Freed, Councilmember Spivey.
The Planning Commission has the opportunity. Am I free talk, or did you ask?
I just want to make sure everyone's okay with uncoupling them and trying to tackle clustering first. And if we get to tree retention, we can get there. But just for clarity, because I can't,
Sure.
I can't envision talking about them both at once.
No, I'll speak to that. I think the clustering is a PUD, basically. It's standalone type provision. I think in Fitzgerald, we see this council pass that forward. And we talked at that time that it'd be nice to be an opportunity throughout the rest of the city. I know there are several developments that I've seen, and these examples in here are perfect, where those developers at the time had requested to do clustering, and we didn't have that provision. Even Bentley itself saw 250,000 yards of dirt taken off of that site over almost a year period of time, thousands of trucks of dirt just to be taken off, rather than keep those lots at the bottom of the hill, preserve the green hillside. So I'm even in favor, since the Planning Commission spent a lot of time on this, and it sounds like the council also has done some good review of even have the possibility to move forward tonight on clustering and approve it, and then bring back tree retention as something that we can take maybe in more depth to the council as the months come on. So I'm in favor of uncoupling.
Okay, let's try it. Thank you for supporting me in this. Okay. Absolutely, please.
Hello, my name is Dave Vliet. I'm the chair of the City of Bothell Planning Commission. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I know it's very late. I guess I don't see a big problem with decoupling these. I know there was an interesting comment that I just kind of came to mind. That's why I wanted to say it before you decoupled it. I don't know if it sets it apart too much, but one of the commissioners did speak at the when we were doing the deliberations, final deliberations, and I was kind of thinking the same thing too. That I do, and it's fine to maybe put off tree retention for a little bit, but tree retention is another kind of opportunity, I guess, for the city if they want to. If I guess they want to preserve open spaces, it may be just another additional way of encouraging the development community to look at clustering. I mean, we have heard, and I believe it, that a lot of current developments are very interested in clustering. I guess this will just maybe even further the opportunity if you have this increased retention. That was a feeling for some of the people on the commission to be able to encourage the clustering and make sure it succeeded. So,
thank you.
But we had, I don't know how many meetings on these two topics. We 6 or 7. I mean, so it was huge. I mean, so we talked for 20 hours just on these topics probably. So it does maybe make sense to decouple them. But I would hope that I think the commission would hope that the tree retention doesn't fall off the radar.
Oh, no. Well, that's not our intention at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Where shall we begin? Who would like to go first?
We can move the recommended action.
Second.
Normally we have questions of staff.
Oh, well, maybe we should extend the meeting first then.
I move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
I'll second. Cast your votes.
So I'll remove my motion as it looks like Councilmember Sandberg has some questions.
Thank you. I mean, I would hope that we would not.
As recorded.
Oh, okay.
Move on.
I would just hope that we don't move to approve either ordinance tonight. A lot of my thought process was moving these together in one big facts, findings, and recommendation from Planning Commission. So I would like the opportunity to get my mind back into a linear method of let's think about the clustering mechanism separate from tree retention. So I hope we don't take action tonight, and I don't think there's a necessity to take action tonight. We could easily move it to a date certain and take action on clustering the next time. Although I do appreciate all of the work that Planning Commission has done to this point. I think I had the opportunity to watch your last public hearing, and you had a lot of great conversation and discussion. So I really appreciate that. I know that proposing attached housing might seem, and this is in the clustering provision, might seem a little bit radical because that would allow attached housing in single-family zone if they are able to preserve at least 40% open space. And that might seem radical, but there is a really great extension of that idea. It's called Milan's vertical forest, and they didn't just do attached housing. They built a whole vertical, multi-story building, preserved all the open space around it, and have balconies of trees. So by comparison, allowing attached housing is rather tame. So I do support that concept. But talking about clustering specifically, and I still want to ask some questions about tree retention, if that's all right. But there was some testimony about not allowing clustering in the Wayneta-Simons, Norway Hills subarea, because the argument was made that clustering is great, can work great on a flat parcel, but it can be a bad idea on geologically hazardous slopes. Because presumably you're getting more lot yield, and more lot yield could result in more instability, and the slopes around bordering around that sub-area are geologically active. We get slides all the time, every year. So did the commission consider excluding, and could we exclude the Wayneta, Simons, Norway Hill sub-area from these clustering provisions?
That certainly is an option. However, I think I would identify that if you have a sloped property, you're better off with clustering, because what you do is you take them from having to build upon the slope, and remember, it has to be demonstrated as a geologically hazardous area before those regulations of the critical area ordinance kick in. So you're much better off in taking it from the allowing the development on the upper portion of the property, and I think Councilmember Freed identified the Bentley, where they just marched right up that hillside and went with it because it wasn't necessarily geologically hazardous. So the concept would be that allowing them to cluster off of those slopes is probably a better way to go. Now, again, if it's geologically hazardous, they are not allowed to construct on the piece of property because it becomes a critical area. So the idea behind it is, and particularly in Norway Hill, where we know we have a lot of potentially geologically hazardous areas, they would have to go through that analysis and demonstrate that it was suitable for development. But even if it was suitable for development and you had some slopes, you could cluster those houses off of those slope areas and preserve as much of that existing vegetation on the slope as possible.
But if clustering were allowed, I mean, it would allow an increase in lot yield because you cluster to get a bonus lots.
Right, exactly, yeah, and I don't, but I guess my point is that the amount of bonus lots is fairly modest. We're not talking about dozens more houses. We're talking, 10 or so more houses or something like that in general. There's just not that much land area on the Norway Hill area within that clustered area that would basically be within the R40,000 or the R9600 area that would necessarily be affected by that.
And I think that's what I sort of, did we get a GIS map that showed the vacant and underutilized parcels? I know we have a table that tells us the cumulative acreage, but do we have the ability to provide a GIS table GIS map so we can see where that's located in the city?
I think we have the ability. We did not prepare the map just because it was more important to have a citywide understanding of what was happening. So we didn't want to do a neighborhood by neighborhood type of a map because it gets really complex, and if you look at the polygons, it's really, really weird looking. You're just like, well, I don't understand what this means. But the idea was that we actually don't have that type of a map available right now.
So how did you calculate all that acreage on the table?
Essentially what they did is they created it through a logarithm of their GIS analysis, and it was based upon the two-dimensional drawings they have, but they didn't actually produce a map with that. What they did is they created basically an Excel spreadsheet that identified the numbers of parcels and how large the critical areas were and whether they were vacant or underutilized.
Okay. And then can you explain the rounding up table on page 180 of the agenda packet? Because we're not talking about rounding, are we, in the actual?
And you're exactly correct, yes. Essentially what happened is that the commission, in looking at that table we created, said, well, there's quite a few smaller sized prices of property that we have in the city of Bothell, and you may be looking at some infill development. And there was a desire to have some type of an incentive mechanism for those smaller properties that might want to do a clustering. So the commission explored the concept of maybe doing a rounding up methodology, basically allowing, let's say if you had a 4.55 lot calculation, you go up to the 5 if you did the clustering. However, it was determined that that was just too complex an issue to have two different incentive mechanisms. And what the commission identified and what we found was that the regular incentives that the council had already crafted under the Fitzgerald sub-area provided plenty enough situation if you had 4 lots or more, particularly in the 9600. Again, I keep emphasizing 9600, but that is by far the predominant single-family residential zone we have within the city, that identified that in those type of situations you could get that 5th lot and then preserve quite a bit of open space.
So, okay, so when the planning commission was talking, they were talking about just on a strict calculation basis, you can't get an additional lot until you have 4 lots, because 4 lots times 25% is your 1 additional lot. So all of, anything that's too small to get to that threshold of 4 lots doesn't benefit necessarily from any clustering. And so is this what this table is showing for those ones that are sort of left out of that methodology? There's this rounding up potential, but the commission decided against going with that.
Right, exactly. And again, it was just from the standpoint of from a pure administrative aspect, because we're always trying to keep our codes and regulations simplified as much as we can. If you have multiple different ways to get to an incentive basis, it really makes it complex for everybody involved.
And I just want to point out for my fellow council members that we have a letter in our packet, and that's another reason why I really don't want to decide anything tonight, because we've got a lot of letters and additional exhibits before us, and this is Exhibit 15 in our packet. This gentleman came last week and was ready to prepared to make an argument for rounding because he is a small lot owner, and so I feel motivated to bring that up since I talked to him.
Right, and I guess what I'll identify, I'm very familiar with Mr. Nielsen's situation, and that's the gentleman who provided the exhibit. His property is R5400A. It would not be subject to the clustering mechanisms. The clustering mechanism only applies to single family.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then, so we're basing this clustered ordinance for citywide application on our experience with Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Do we have any experience with Fitzgerald? We adopted code, but do we know how it's turning out in that test case?
We have had one a pre-application conference on it, but the actual application has not been submitted yet this time. So we don't have a real-world experience, if you would, with that. However, we do have some experience with the green PUD provisions. I think there's somebody up here who is pretty familiar with that, as well as, of course, the WAD-A PUD, which is just north of the 522 area. They did the green PUD there, and there's a lot of open space being provided on that piece of property.
Okay. It sure would have been nice to have a test case to prove that this would be a good option citywide. So I can yield the floor to make sure I go through my questions. I have other questions about tree retention that I would like to ask, but I will yield the floor to people who have questions specifically about clustering.
Anyone else?
I have some questions, but they're all over the board, if I could ask them. First, thanks to the Planning Commission for all your hard work on this. There's a lot of information there to go through and study. I had a question around, you'd mentioned the Growth Management Act, so how are we fitting? Are we looking good?
We do have a Growth Management Act compliant comprehensive plan, so I guess we are looking pretty good.
Okay, so we don't need anything to worry about there.
No,
all right.
no, we do not.
I wanted to hear from the planning chair on the 20% versus 15%. And I know we're taking them separate, but I just kind of want to hear about that real quick.
Yeah, so it was, I'm going to try to speak on just not my personal views, but on the behalf of the Planning Commission. I believe we were all there that evening. I think we were all there. Yeah, I think there was, and it was a very much of a split decision. There was, I think there was a part that felt that maybe increasing the percentage to 20, because we were all for 15 or more. I mean, we all seemed to agree with the increase. We thought that the 10% was pretty low regionally. So I think I think there's some feelings with people who voted in the minority on that it maybe was too overly restrictive, and possibly would if we're trying to look into kind of make a walkable, dense city, it may be prohibited with that some. I'm trying to think if there are other comments on that side, and then on the majority side, it was just 4-3, so it was just a slight majority, that the city has shown a commitment over the last couple years. That the citizens appreciate the natural environment that Bothell has, and I guess and like I said earlier, one of the commissioners said that maybe this 20%. I don't know if this is what sold them on it, but would actually kind of push clustering a little bit more, because I think the whole commission thinks the clustering is a great idea. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's hard to speak on just behalf of the planning commission as a whole, and not my own personal views, but I think that kind of outlined it. I know, and I think getting to that 20% for the people who were in favor of that thought that was a good start, and maybe if it was too restrictive, that in the future that could be changed. Yeah, but ask me some more specific questions if you have them, possibly.
Okay, so I thought I heard you say that it would be more incentive. It would be a higher incentive to do clustering by going to the 20%. I thought I heard you mention that.
It'd be maybe an additional. I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know on how many developments, new developments this would be factual for, but it definitely would encourage clustering. I mean, I don't know how it wouldn't.
Okay, and then Bruce, you might be able to help me out with this one. Would this tree retention plan be more restrictive than Fitzgerald?
Well, yes and no. No, from the standpoint that Fitzgerald measures it on more of a forest approach. So tree retention can be just individual trees within somebody's yard. So Fitzgerald is still probably more restrictive in general than what we're doing citywide.
Okay, fabulous. And then I believe there was a slide or a comment made about not allowing play areas and other things in open spaces or something like that?
Yes, in fact,
more passive or something?
As I recall, this was a discussion the council had.
Yeah, absolutely it was, yes.
And essentially what the commission was looking at is that in their viewpoint, and I'll let Commissioner Vliet identify what his viewpoint was, but we're trying to create these open spaces, and they were just a little bit worried about having it too active and maybe not meaning kind of the intent, which is a little bit more of a natural setting kind of approach. And the commission, the majority of the commission, again, this was one of those split votes on the commission, was that, yeah, we should have more trails and picnic tables and things like that that's a little more passive than something a little bit more active like a playground or maybe a gazebo or a shelter of some type.
Okay, well, I think a little differently on that. I think if we create open space, we need to be able to let the kids play in the open space, but that's just my personal belief.
Sorry, Councilman McNeil, on that, I think for the people who necessarily weren't in favor of being able to assign that designation to the open space, it wasn't that we don't want to have it out there. I mean, we'd like to have it everywhere. We felt that maybe it should be, something that can't be credited towards it. I don't know. So it could be additional, and if a developer wanted to, they could still do the clustering and still put in tennis courts or a small soccer field or something like that. So,
well, it's an incentive for a builder to build a place. If they're going to create the open space, then they create the open space, and maybe the HOA or somebody comes along and puts that tennis court or something in. But to restrict them from allowing that use means that they wouldn't look at it that way. So, again, that's just more of a personal thing. There was a comment about attached housing in townhomes. Does that apply to 9600?
Yes, it would. It would apply with the our 9600 designation.
So if you have an existing housing community that is R9600, and a developer goes in and buys a ton of lots in that housing development, he could tear those houses down and build townhomes.
And in that scenario, it is a possibility, yes, provided, remember, it's a 40% at least of the net buildable area is an open space tract. And he has to have the 30-foot setback from the exterior property line, as well as a type 3 landscape buffer. But yeah, in that scenario, they could do that.
Interesting. Large tree replacement, it's based on height or caliper?
Well, and here's where it gets a little confusing, because it's caliper for deciduous and it's height for coniferous. That's the American Nursery Standards, so basically that's where that comes in.
Okay, and then last question is it seems to me like we have a lot of infill lots in the King County portion and more larger parcels in the Snohomish County, but we do have large portions in King County as well. Having this citywide, I guess for me, having an understanding of how it would benefit up in Snohomish County near our regional growth center would be something important to understand. Because I know we need to get housing units in that area for the growth center, but I'd just be curious to see that.
Yeah.
What that cluster, I mean, it's not going to add a lot, but maybe it would if they're taking advantage of that, the additional lots,
Yes.
clustering and things like that. I just don't know how that would play out.
Well, and that's a good point. I think that we can also remember that the Regional Growth Center, the RAGC, is a activity center, and there is no detached single-family residential within that boundary line. So really, the clustering probably wouldn't affect that particular area because it is basically intensely zoned. You know, it's commercial and you know, manufacturing and things like that. So it probably wouldn't affect that. It might affect it if we talk about the 20% tree retention provision. That's where that would come in, because it's you know, and basically the idea would be that they would have to have the additional tree retention that right now is at 10%. Oh, I'm sorry. In an activity center, it'd be 15%. My apologies, yes. But yes. But yeah, so that would be potentially an effect on that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Am I the only one left to speak? Or do you want to speak, Councilmember Freed?
You're asking questions?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay. Most of mine have been covered. I did want to ask about what is a fee simple lot?
Basically, a fee simple lot is a piece of property that you buy and sell. And essentially what it is, it's kind of basically, it's a legal term that says this defined piece of land has got a very specific method, and you can fee simple lot that. Basically, the idea is buy and sell.
Buy and sell. Okay. And a type 3 landscape buffer is?
A type 3 landscape buffer is a combination of deciduous and coniferous trees, and it's usually about 5 feet wide. And essentially what it is, it's kind of the type of landscape buffer you see around parking lots for the most part, and sometimes against buildings as well.
And I want to reiterate, in the clustering ordinance, trees in the open space are to be preserved.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, we just took the same language we had from Fitzgerald and put it in here as far as it has to be within its own separate, you know, basically future development tract.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then I would, I have reservations about clustering on Norway Hill, in particular, R40,000. Could you speak to that and what staff's, I guess, thoughts are on that?
I can do better than that, I think. I have lots of diagrams. I do apologize for that. So this would be an R40,000 underneath a citywide application, which is essentially what you have. You have your net buildable area, and you have 4 lots. And within those lots, you have houses, structures, and yards and things like that.
So this is one house per acre?
One house per, approximately 1 house per acre, 40,000 basically square feet. Now, let's see if I can find that. I have way too many illustrations here. And I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm so sorry. Oh. There it is. Okay. On the lower left-hand corner, that would be an R40,000 underneath a clustering. So what you would do is you would concentrate your lots on one portion and could save the rest of it as open space. So that's basically the difference here. Underneath the citywide current regulations, this is what you would see if you did a subdivision. Underneath the clustering, this is what you could potentially see. And again, because they were up to 4, they were able to take advantage of that bonus lot.
I guess my concern in the R40,000 is, from what it appears, there are several in the Norway Hill sub area, and I don't remember where the chart is, but if you do, if you could go to it. I guess I'm a little concerned about infrastructure, because potentially we could be adding significant amounts of density, unless I'm incorrect, and tell me if I'm wrong. And that concerns me because there's kind of, the infrastructure is really not there for an immense amount of traffic.
Well,
and they're not. I know they're not on the impact fee list.
Right. And one of the things that's kind of interesting about this whole approach is that we not only have the clustering provision, we also have all the other regulations that are applied to a piece of property, including the adequacy of sanitary sewer, availability of water, and those other type of infrastructure improvements. If you don't have those type of facilities, it's very difficult to get a subdivision approved. In fact, almost impossible. You almost have to have sanitary sewer as well as domestic water. So the concept is that if we have areas in the city, which we do, that don't have very many of those infrastructure improvements, they're not going to develop just because of the clustering provisions.
Okay, and then I also share the same concerns as Councilmember Sandberg in terms of, I'm on the recipient end of landslides.
Yes, you are.
The situation that made those landslides happen was approved by the city, and so I'm not always so trusting of our regulations being protective.
Well, and maybe I can. I can't relieve your line, sorry. But the concept is that if you recall, in December, we also passed brand new surface water regulations. And those new surface water regulations are years ahead of what was done up in the mid to late 90s up on that top of the Norway Hill. Most of the surface water impacts are coming from the top of the Norway Hill area, where we have more of this style of development. And so the concept is that not only do we have the clustering where you could have some large area of forest retention, as we remember from the Fitzgerald, forest retention was the real big desire for surface water folks. We also have much improved surface water retention, and that would be applied in this kind of a situation when you did a subdivision for even lots of this size.
Yeah, because I guess even if it's not on the slope, if you're clustering in that area that's near the slope and you've got additional runoff in a landslide-prone area, that's a huge concern for me. And I know there was a new mapping done, and we haven't gotten any information in terms of what that new King County, as a council, what the new King County study is telling us about the landslide implications of Norway Hill. And so we just don't have that I mean, we have the information, apparently we don't have the people to interpret it for us. So I guess we can do motions or whatever, but I have a tendency to think we should remove the R40,000, at least on Norway Hill, from the clustering.
And that's an option. You could actually say within the R40,000, clustering doesn't apply. Just take that one line within the regulation.
Because that's a significant upzone, and I know in the past you've said the ideal zoning for clustering really is R9600, and that's a pretty vast difference.
Yes.
Okay. I think those are my think those are my, well, I guess I had one other comment, which was if there's concern about playgrounds, I would be happy to allow playgrounds in open space, but no additional impervious surface. Because I know we have one and there's Chip. There's a value to a community to have communal space. And we're providing open space that we're wanting the community potentially to sustain and take care of. And providing that interaction and bonding. I live in a PUD. It actually matters, and it does develop relationships. And we take mutual responsibility for those pieces of land and the trails that we have in the woods. And so I think there is some value to that. I don't know if how we craft that language, but that would be a suggestion that I have. Thank you. Councilmember Freed.
I need to write down open space, so I remember that. On the open space portion, I have concerns that the Planning Commission didn't allow. It said detention vaults, but one of the greatest features of the reasons to do clustering like this is for infiltration of the ground. So if we can infiltrate water back into the ground, that is ideal rather than take it off site. So as we're allowing for more open space, we should allow for stormwater features such as rain gardens and bioswales to go into those open spaces.
And I believe the commission agreed with you on that, and they was only stormwater vaults and
so it's strictly limited to vaults.
Facilities, yes.
So because in Fitzgerald, I think we allowed it to be going in open space. So you mirrored that. That's excellent. These renderings are the perfect reason why we need to do clustering. I remember meeting with Councilmember Sandberg quite some time ago at Cafe Ladro. We actually talked about how somebody from one side, maybe from the environmental side, and the other side, the building side, could find a way collectively that would work well with each other. And the vision is, I think, exactly what you have here. On the R40,000 example, you have 4 lots, and on as developed today under this code, which, as you can see, we can re-engineer slopes. That's allowable in the city of Bothell. But if we could go with clustering, we have only 1 additional lot. It's not, I don't know that I would call it an upzone. I think it's a bonus because we're leaving a considerable amount of land, 41% of net, in open space permanently for all of our lifetimes and beyond. And we're not way over redeveloping. We're, like you said, I think providing for sewer and water and what other facilities would be there, just the standards required per code. I like that. I think that's a benefit if we can keep open space and do that. I'm glad to know that we can do stormwater features in there. Wainita area and all of the Norway Hill area are a perfect example why we need clustering. You look at Bentley, the developer at the time was a gentleman named Mike Reed. He wanted to do clustering. We didn't have that at that time, and Connor Development came in there and ended up doing all the land development over a period of a year almost. James, I don't remember how long we dealt with trucks driving up and down 100th, but it was a considerable period of time. If we could have kept that open space just on the top right or bottom right of this, that's not Bentley, but you can see what it would have done. It would have clustered more at the bottom of the hill, left the top of the hill intact. There were some concerns expressed by Councilmember Sandberg with landslides in that area. The reality is, again, it is legal to re-engineer slopes in the city of Bothell. So clustering allows for a savings of costs for the developer and allows for a savings of land for the benefit of the community and certainly for those people that are living within that area. So I'm in favor of what the Planning Commission has come forward with. Are there things that maybe need to be tweaked going forward as we implement this code over time? Probably. All code changes over time. But tonight, the amount of thought that's gone into this, I think, is to a place I'd like to make a motion, but I'd like to do it if there's a willingness as a council to vote on it. I don't know if there is. No, just strictly the clustering. I think we need to nail that down. Obviously, tree retention is going to come back. We're going to have an opportunity to talk about it. So my motion would be a motion to move forward with the Planning Commission's recommendation with the withdrawal of the language in reference to the tree ordinance. Fairly stated, Bruce?
Yes, I think
Okay.
we can do something like that, you bet.
So that would be my motion.
I'll second that.
Can I make an amending motion?
You can say what you would like to do, and somebody else could do it for you.
I wasn't sure, because.
I'm sure there's other council members up here who probably would help.
So I am in agreement, except for I do think that we should allow playground areas within the open space as long as there are no new impervious surfaces. And I reiterate that I would like to remove the R40,000 on Norway Hill from the clustering.
I would make an amending motion to.
I'll second that.
Well, he has to stay it first.
Oh.
I
What?
would make an amending motion to allow playground usage in the open space. You can't do the rest.
I would second that with a can't be greater than a 40 by 40 foot space.
City Attorney, can you help me understand what happened? Because
Yeah, so, well, I don't think,
I
first
think
of all, so if I recall, if I am understanding correctly, Councilmember Spivey made a motion, began to make.
An amending motion.
I'm sorry.
I think Councilmember Sandberg thought I made a motion. I didn't, and she seconded it. I think that's what the problem was.
That's what I'm thinking is happening, is that, so, yeah, that was, I was trying to say that. That you expressed what you would like to see changed, and then, although it wasn't a formal motion, Councilmember Sandberg seemed to have seconded it, and then Councilmember Spivey made a formal amending motion that allowed for the playground.
Allowed for playground with, we'll say, no larger than 50 feet by 50 feet or 40 feet by 40 feet. We'll figure out a number here. 40 feet by 40 feet.
Impervious or just playground?
Impervious.
Minus the
Or
contact
no,
points.
I'm sorry, pervious.
Okay.
I would second that, minus the contact points with the ground for the play structure.
Correct.
Okay. So, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I think that I'm in favor of, if you're going to have open space and we're going to have families, they got to be able to use that open space. It goes back to the air. We don't have enough athletic fields. To me, we don't have enough playgrounds either. So I'm in full support of having active use in a form of a playground and some play equipment in the open space. I think it only makes sense. And as you said, Deputy Mayor, it helps bring families together and creates a sense of community in the neighborhood. And that's what it should be.
Councilmember Freed.
I may kick myself to limiting it to a 40-foot space, but I'm pitching that we have a vision that we would like to see open space with vegetation in that area, and if we just left it open, we could just see that fully developed and degraded over time. So that was my concern. I'd like to see open space used passively for trails and for kids to run around and imagine and dream. That's what we all did, and that's what we want to do. I just got concerned that it would be something larger, and I might miss something here. So maybe somebody could say, no, we want to see that as a soccer field. I don't know.
No, I would agree, because what I didn't have in mind was fertilized lawn. Yeah. That's what I don't want to see. I just want that opportunity for a playground. I don't think we're adding anything if we're going to fertilize the heck out of the open space that we're providing by making it a yard, basically. So do we need to make a provision for that? Or are we covered with what Councilmember Freed said?
With that clarification on the amendment, I think we're okay.
Okay. Okay, so shall we just, Councilmember Sandberg?
I'm going to vote no on the amending motion. I feel like we're trying to make decisions here under the wire late into the evening that we don't need to make. This is why I worried about decoupling the conversation of tree retention with open space, because, as a community, we want to preserve forest canopy, but I'm not sure we're going to take the steps to do that, because then open space can now be used for playgrounds, and this is why I didn't want to decouple the conversation. And now we're kind of tossing out dimensions for structures. So I'm going to vote against the amending motion.
Could someone please extend the meeting?
Move to extend to 10:45.
All in favor? Sorry, that was my fault. Motion passes with Councilmember Spivey in the negative, Councilmembers McNeil, Freed, Sandberg, and myself in the affirmative. Okay, back to Councilmember Sandberg.
I guess we're voting on the an amending motion. Okay, so I will be voting no.
Councilmember McNeil.
Can I get a clarification on the amending motion, please?
Yes, do you want to ask a specific question or just have him restate it?
I just want to have him restate it for me, please.
It was to allow a playground-like structure in a 40 by 40 pervious surface area.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion because I think that defining a 40 by 40 area means we're defining what the open space would be, correct? Because you could have your lot sizes could be much bigger or much smaller, right? So I don't know how you define a 40 foot by 40 foot area as a qualifier, I guess is what I'm saying. Where do we come up with that number from?
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, James, I heard you state that you wanted to make sure that these open spaces were used. So my support was it because the comment that you made, I thought it was a wise decision. I just didn't want to see these open spaces be all fully developed out, degraded rather. So that's why I said I wanted to limit it to a certain percentage. I don't want to distract from ultimately what I thought was your suggestion to allow these to be used for kids to play in.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for that clarification, Councilmember. Again, I don't want to, I feel like we're making a decision here on a size of a playground, and I wholeheartedly want to see that we can use those open spaces, trails, whatever it might be. But I don't want to make a decision quickly on something as big as this. So this is very important. We've been talking about this a long time. We talked about it with Fitzgerald. How many years do we go through this with Fitzgerald? So I think we have an obligation to get it right. At least, I would love to get this whole thing, clustering and tree retention, done tonight. But to me, it feels like, we're grabbing bites of the bigger picture. And I would like the council to take a little bit more time on it, so I won't be supporting it, but hopefully we can, in a short term, come to a conclusion that we'll have tree retention and clustering as a combination versus just going with one and then bringing back the other one. I was very close to just going with the Planning Commission's recommendation tonight because I thought they were close enough on everything. The only, comment that I would have is about the play area and the questions that I raised. So, but I won't be supporting the amending motion.
So can I ask a question of City Attorney?
Yes.
So we're going to vote on this amending motion and then vote on a main motion, which may fail.
Correct. So if the amending motion passes, let's say 3-2, then that would become the main motion you would then vote on. Because this is an ordinance, it requires 4 votes regardless of how many council members are present. So a simple majority of 3 would not suffice to pass the ordinance.
Okay. Then I guess we just go through the motions.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
With the okay of the seconder, I will withdraw my motion, my amending motion.
Okay. So we're back to the main motion, which was to pass the clustering as recommended by the Planning Commission.
With removal of the references to the tree retention.
With removal of the references to the tree ordinance. I still have my 40,000 issue, but regardless, does anybody have a motion? Councilmember Freed.
I think the motion is the Planning Commission's recommendation, as you just stated, with the removal of the tree retention, so.
So
it's,
did you,
I made the motion, I can't remember, I think Councilmember
Councilmember
Spivey
Spivey seconded it? Okay.
And I heard Councilmember Agnew say, or sorry, McNeil say that he would support the Planning Commission's recommendation. So that's why I think the amendment got removed.
But there's a motion and second, so a discussion on that.
Okay, so we can have discussion on that. Councilmember Sandberg.
So the discussion on the underlying motion, I will be voting no because I think it's a hasty decision. I did not suggest an amending motion to remove the Norway Hill sub-area from consideration of clustering because I don't want to give that as an option. I want this motion to fail because I think we need to consider this not at 10:30 at night. So I'm hoping it'll fail, and so that we can ultimately continue this open public hearing to a date certain.
Councilmember McNeil.
I also will not be supporting this motion. And for clarification, I was supportive of the Planning Commission's recommendations with the park that I had discussed earlier.
Okay. Is it worth having a vote when we know we're not going to get far?
You can always go through the motion and have it be defeated, but if you don't have 4 votes, then it might behoove you to continue it to a date certain.
Okay, so I guess we'll just proceed and vote. Motion fails with Council Members McNeil, Sandberg, and myself in the negative, and Council Members Spivey and Freed in the affirmative. So.
Move we continue the public hearing.
Councilmember Spivey is moving to extend the public hearing. Do we have to, it's to a date uncertain, correct?
Do we have a date selected? That's what I was thinking as well.
September 5th, I believe, that first Monday in September.
We don't have anything sooner than September.
That's.
So building season's beginning and we're not going to have a clustering ordinance.
I'm open to suggestions on a date, but that has a half hour committed to that. Everything else is 2.5 hours or longer.
Is there a reason why we can't clear out July 18th a little bit and make space for it?
You just set a public hearing for the downtown utilities frontage improvement area. So that's a public hearing. You've made that commitment. We have July 25th, which we haven't started to, that's not a normal council meeting, but since we don't have the July 4th, we were leaving that on hold. I don't think we've identified anything yet for the 25th.
On July 11th, do we need to hear the comprehensive fire study?
That's a direction from council.
Can we hear that instead on July 18th?
I mean, I would be supportive of July 25th. We're not going to be in August at all, so.
It appears there might be room on July 11th. Would you like to continue it to July 11th?
I would like to consider, or to bring it back July 11th, just the clustering, because I think we're close. I really do. How does everyone feel about July 11th?
My motion will say July 11th.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion of the motion? Let's vote. Or raise hands? Okay, I didn't get it. Mine didn't light up in time. But anyway, motion passes unanimously with Mayor Rayum absent and excused. Okay.
Was the motion for both? I'm sorry.
No, it was just for clustering on July 11th.
So you're, I'm
I don't know, so the item was continued, and I don't know, although you spoke about them separately, I don't know if you formally separated them so that.
didn't.
Yeah.
I
so
thought that we had. I thought we clarified that.
You had a conversation, but not a formal.
You would discussing them separately, but you would never formally pull tree retention off.
So I'm assuming that means we don't have time for both on July 11th.
No, there's time. You made the statement only clustering. And so I'm clarifying.
Okay, let's clarify.
It was only clustering. Yeah.
That's what I thought it was too.
Do we need another
Okay,
motion to just clarify?
I'll make a motion to extend or to continue the public hearing on tree retention to a date selected by the city manager in the future.
A date uncertain.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need a second?
Yes.
So you're saying that to clarify because we're doing clustering on a date certain, July 11th, tree retention, date uncertain, to
Correct.
be determined by the city manager.
Correct.
And there was a second?
And I need a second.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Spivey, seconded by Councilmember Sandberg. Let's place our vote. Do we need to talk about it? Please say no. Okay. Motion carries with Councilmember McNeil in negative, and he's just messing with me. And myself, council members Spivey, Freed, and Sandberg in the affirmative.
And that takes
Move
us
to
to item
adjourn.
number 11.
Excuse me? Oh, we do have number 11.
AB 17-094.
This should be quick.
What is this one?
This is about the resolution in support of grandfathering the city of Bothell as a regional growth center in Canyon Park. So there's a movement underfoot to well, do we have a staff presentation?
Yes.
I don't have to
Director
describe
Burdett.
it. It's
Save
getting
yourself.
late.
It's all right.
So sorry. Director Burdett.
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
Pleases council, I'm just going to make comments very briefly from the desk here. This resolution was prepared to give council an opportunity with its policy to maintain Canyon Park as a regional growth center. And the options are to do nothing, adopt the resolution, or modify and adopt a resolution with changes. There are two parallel planning activities taking place this year. Revisiting the vision through a public engagement process for Canyon Park, and the second is Puget Sound Regional Council's revisiting of the regional centers framework for the Puget Sound region overall. These efforts will be ongoing during the same time. On the city's front, we're planning to bring a contract and scope of work with a consultant to the council on June 27th to initiate the Canyon Park revisioning effort. We would not underestimate the potential for how far the planning effort might go with Canyon Park. And then on the PSRC front, there is a schedule for updating the regional centers framework, which we've provided on the first page of the staff report. The policy board with PSRC, based on input from the region, will determine the next set of framework options. So both of these will be worked on at the same time. So coming back in November and December, we can present a status report to council on both fronts. At that time, the council can weigh options for taking action on Canyon Park if necessary. Those may include evaluating the option for changing to a manufacturing industrial center, an MIC, or continuing with regional growth center designation for Canyon Park. I was asked a few questions about a week ago by Mayor Rayum about Canyon Park and how it's evaluated today. In the 2010 census, there were 8,200 jobs. I would say it's safe to say there are about 8,000 to 9,000 jobs in Canyon Park today. It's been very successful as an employment center. The forecast for jobs is a little unknown. That'll be part of the master plan update process. We'll update the forecast for jobs. The population in 2010 is 1,847. I think it's fair to state that there are about 2,000 people there today. Planned population with the 2015 Imagine Bothell Comprehensive Plan update for 2035 reflected an additional 4,500 people, and that population would bring the total up to 6,500. The current boundary, and this is probably the most interesting part of Canyon Park, is 719 acres, and the activity units is calculated by the combination of people and jobs together is about 14 activity units per acre. That can be adjusted by removing 175 acres of critical areas. That's 175 of the 280 acres of critical areas alone would bring that number up to 18 activity units per acre, which would qualify it as a regional activity center under today's criteria and possibly going forward. So, as I stated, this is a resolution that council could adopt today. We could send that to PSRC, send it to the Snohomish County Tomorrow Committee, and just say in the interim period, while we're working on our master plan and while the PSRC is deliberating changes to the regional growth framework, that we still believe that it should be carried forward as an activity center, regional activity center, and then come back and address the council with any options at a later time towards the end of this year. So I'll stop there and turn it over to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question? You said regional activity center. Is there a difference, activity center versus growth center? Or are you trying to make a distinction there?
No, not at all. No, regional, the designation is regional growth center. My mistake. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? I'll entertain a motion. Oh, Councilmember McNeil.
So the critical areas, is that something that could be removed fairly easily, or?
Yeah, I think it's a boundary amendment. It's best to incorporate that boundary amendment along with this planning effort that's ongoing, because there may be some other boundary amendments that the consultants will recommend we incorporate into Canyon Park along Thrasher's Corner at the same time. So maybe with a little bit of give and take, where we round off some of the corners that have wetlands, and then add some area along the 527 corridor. Those would probably make a more compelling case to continue it as a regional activity center.
City Attorney, did you want to weigh in?
Can I make a motion to continue to 10:50?
Second.
Okay. We're close. Let's vote.
There's been a motion and a second to extend to 10:50.
Well, thank goodness there are three of us. Motion passes with myself, Councilmember McNeil and Sandberg in the affirmative, and Councilmember Spivey and Freed in the negative.
Thank you for your answers, by the way.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Nobody wants to.
I'll make the motion. I make the motion that we adopt the resolution asking that we, that I think it's the Snohomish County tomorrow works with us to revise their letter to continue considering Canyon Park as a regional growth center.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Spivey?
I just have a brief discussion. I'm glad that we're moving forward on the master planning. That's essential. There are members of the public who have expressed interest in participating in the stakeholders groups. I hopefully we can advertise that soon. And I guess I'll be interested to hear more about this concept of changing potentially to an MIC. I hadn't heard that option before because we've always talked about being an RGC, not an MIC. So that's something new that I heard tonight, but I didn't want to ask a question on it.
Okay. So we've motion and a second. Shall we vote? I should probably read. So the recommended action is to adopt a resolution sustaining designation of Canyon Park as a regional growth center. Motion carries with all of us in favor, and Council Member Agnew and Mayor Rayum absent and excused.
Motion to adjourn?
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you for your patience with my my leading the meeting.